Someone is stealing their retirement savings. But the money isn't the real target. Silver Tongue. Chapter 1. The cleat had been loose since September, and Mike had been meaning to fix it since September, and it was now December and the cleat was still loose, which was the specific relationship between boat maintenance and intention that defined most of Earl Tucker's dock. He was on his knees on the dock boards with a socket wrench and a tube of marine sealant when Earl came out of the office trailer at 8:15 and said, without preliminary, "George Webb just pulled in." Mike looked up. George, from the Merchant Marine. George, from 40 years of Merchant Marine, and the last 12 of a house on the Intracoastal and a retirement account. Earl looked at the parking lot. He doesn't look like a man who's having a good week. Mike set the wrench down and stood. George Webb sat on the fuel dock's cooler with his hands on his knees, which was not the posture of a man who'd come by for coffee. He was 72, built in the way of men who'd spent decades doing physical work on ships and had kept the frame if not the pace, white-haired, brown-faced, with the specific stillness of someone applying real effort to not fidgeting. He looked at Mike when Mike came around the bait shop. "Earl says you're the man to talk to," George said. "Sometimes," Mike said. He sat on the dock box opposite the cooler, which put them at the same height, which was the right geometry for what this was. "What happened?" George looked at the inlet. A Pelican was working the near shore with total commitment, indifferent to the conversation happening 20 yards up the bank. "I gave a man $60,000, George said. 4 months ago. I've been telling myself every week since that the quarterly statement was going to come, and everything would be fine." He paused. "The quarterly statement came yesterday. What did it show?" "It showed my balance, my returns, all the right columns with all the right numbers." He looked at Mike. "And then I called the fund administrator number on the statement, and it rang through to a voicemail that wasn't set up yet, which is not what you get when you call a fund administrator at a legitimate operation." He stopped. "I'm not a stupid man." "I can see that," Mike said. "I spent 40 years reading weather and water and the intentions of crews in 6 languages. I know when something's wrong." He reached inside his jacket and produced a folder, the kind of thin manila folder that held paperwork rather than accumulated evidence, and held it out. "A man named Danny Cole. He runs a private investment fund. He was introduced to me at my community's social hour by a neighbor I've known for 2 years, a man I trust. He had documentation, statements from other investors I recognized by name, returns that were good but not impossible." He set the folder between them. "The paperwork is professional. The instruments he described are real. I looked them up. The returns he cited are within a plausible range." He paused. "I'm a retired merchant marine captain, not a financial analyst. But I was careful. And it happened anyway." Mike picked up the folder, opened it. The paperwork inside was genuinely good. Better than the standard con, which relied on the target's ignorance rather than the document's quality. Cole had produced private placement memoranda that used correct terminology, referenced real regulatory frameworks, included the required risk disclosures in language that was technically accurate and practically misleading, a significant distinction that took Mike a moment to locate in the dense paragraphs of the disclosure section. He found it on page 4. The language described the fund's assets as consistent with investment-grade instruments with principal preservation characteristics, which was a sentence designed to sound like a guarantee while being legally nothing of the sort. Every other sentence in the disclosure section was similarly constructed, appearing to promise things while promising nothing that could be enforced. "How much of the community has he approached?" Mike said. George looked at the water. "I know of 6 others. All of them gave him money. The amounts vary." He paused. "Between all 7 of us, I'd estimate close to $400,000. "How long has he been working the community?" 6 months. He became a regular presence at the social hours, the coffee mornings. He didn't approach people directly. He let people come to him, which made it feel like a discovery rather than a pitch. George's jaw tightened. That's what got me. I felt like I'd found something rather than been found by something. That's the design, Mike said. It's supposed to feel like a discovery. I know that now. George looked at his hands. My wife doesn't know yet. Margaret. He said her name with the weight of a man who'd been carrying something alone and had decided the carrying needed to stop before it got heavier. I've been trying to figure out how much of a problem this is before I tell her. Mike looked at the disclosure language again. The instruments described were real. He'd need someone with financial credentials to confirm the specifics, but the terminology matched actual products. Cole was sophisticated enough to build the scheme on real foundations rather than invented ones, which was what made it survive initial scrutiny. Tell me about Cole himself, Mike said. Not the pitch. Him. George thought about it. Mid-40s. Well-dressed without being flashy. The kind of clothes that cost money and don't announce it. He listens well. He has the quality of a man who's genuinely interested in you, which is the thing that made me trust him. He paused. He asked me about the merchant marine. My routes, my ships, the weather I'd seen. He remembered details from one conversation to the next. Another pause. I thought he was a good man. The listening, Mike said. When you talked about yourself, did he ask follow-up questions? If you mentioned something interesting, did he pick it up and ask more about it? George's expression shifted, the specific shift of a man recognizing something he'd felt without naming. No, George said. He asked the opening question, and then he listened. But he didn't pick up threads. He let them drop and asked the next thing. He looked at Mike. Is that? It's how some people listen, Mike said. Not necessarily a tell on its own. But it was. It was the tell of a man performing interest rather than feeling it, which was a distinction that usually only became apparent in retrospect when you already knew to look for it. He closed the folder. I'm going to look into this, Mike said. I want to be clear about what that means. I don't have a badge. I can't arrest anyone. What I can do is figure out the shape of what you're dealing with and get it to people who can act on it. He looked at George. You haven't lost the money yet. Cole has it, but he hasn't gone anywhere with it. That's important. The voicemail, George said. If he's already leaving. The voicemail might be a technical issue, Mike said. Or it might be him shutting down communication as the first step before he moves. I'll know more tomorrow. He picked up the folder. Can I keep this? It's a copy, George said. I made copies before I came. He stood, which for a man of 72 who'd been sitting on a cooler for 20 minutes was a measured process. I'm embarrassed, he said. I want you to know I understand the stupidity of it. It's not stupid, Mike said. Cole built this to fool careful people. Careful people are the target, because careful people have money worth taking. He met George's eyes. You being careful isn't the problem. The problem is a man who makes a career of being more careful than careful people. George nodded once, the nod of a man accepting something that helped without making it better. Earl appeared at the dock's landward end, coffee in hand, watching the Pelican that was still working the near shore with its single-minded focus. Staying for coffee? Earl said to George. Another time, George said. He walked to the parking lot, the gait of a man carrying something back to his car that he'd hoped to leave at the marina. Mike watched him go, then looked at the folder. $400,000 across 7 retirees. A con sophisticated enough to use real instruments and real language, and a social approach that made the target feel like a participant rather than a victim. Cole wasn't a standard retirement community operator. Standard operators worked faster and less carefully and disappeared at the first sign of scrutiny. This was built to last, built to produce loyalty rather than just compliance. That kind of building required a reason beyond the $400,000, because $400,000 across 6 months wasn't worth this level of sophistication unless the $400,000 wasn't the point. He called Jennings. She picked up on the second ring. "Tell me." "Investment fraud in a retirement community on the intracoastal between Stewart and Hobe Sound," he said. "Pelican Shores. A man named Danny Cole has been working 7 residents for 6 months. Combined exposure, around $400,000. The paperwork is better than standard. Real instruments misrepresented, disclosure language that's technically accurate and practically deceptive." "OFR," Jennings said. "Office of Financial Regulation. I have a contact there. Get me a name. I need someone who can look at the instruments Cole described and tell me whether they're actually in the accounts or whether the accounts don't exist. I'll call today." A pause. "Mike, $400,000 from a retirement community isn't small, but it's not the kind of number that justifies the level of professional paperwork you're describing." "That's exactly what I think," he said. "What else is there?" "Don't know yet. Going to the community tomorrow morning." "Be careful with retirement communities," Jennings said. "They're insular. Strangers asking questions get noticed." "I'll observe before I ask," he said. He hung up and went back to the cleat, because the cleat was still loose and the morning still had time left in it. And finishing a piece of work before starting a new piece of work was the discipline that kept his days from becoming only the new pieces. Earl came and stood nearby without being asked, which was Earl's version of company. "George," Earl said. "Good man." "Good man," Mike agreed. "Smart man. 40 years reading weather." Earl looked at the inlet. "Smart men get taken by this kind of thing more than people think." "Because they're confident in their own assessment," Mike said, working the socket wrench. "Which is what the con man relies on. A man who's uncertain asks for help. A man who's confident in his own judgment makes a decision. And then he's embarrassed when the decision turns out wrong." "And then he's embarrassed," Mike said. "Which keeps him quiet. Which gives the con man time." The sealant around the cleat base went in clean, and Mike seated the bolt with the right torque and tested the cleat by pulling it the way an anchor line would pull it, and it held, which was the relationship between maintenance and intention finally resolving in the right direction. He wiped the excess sealant with a rag and looked at the folder sitting on the dock box. $400,000. Real instruments. Disclosure language built by a lawyer or a man who'd studied lawyers carefully enough to do the same work. An approach designed to feel like discovery. A community presence that had been running for 6 months without triggering formal complaint. Cole was patient. Patient meant confident. Confident meant either very good at this or convinced that nobody was coming. Tomorrow, he'd go find out which. Chapter 2. Pelican Shores sat on a finger of land between the intracoastal waterway and a tidal creek that ran southeast toward the St. Lucie Inlet, the kind of location that a 1978 developer had recognized as valuable and had built on with the modest ambition of that era. Single-story concrete block homes on quarter-acre lots. A community clubhouse that had been renovated twice without losing its fundamental character. A boat dock on the intracoastal that held 30 slips and a fuel pump that ran on the honor system for residents. Mike arrived at 9:15 in the truck, which was unremarkable in a community where trucks were common, and parked in the visitor lot near the clubhouse entrance. He'd worn jeans and a clean shirt, and the jacket with the left pocket that had stopped zipping properly, which was what he wore when he wanted to look like a man who might be visiting a relative rather than a man who was there to observe something. The coffee hour ran Tuesday and Thursday mornings, 9 to 11, in the clubhouse's main room. He'd confirmed this from the community's website, which Pelican Shores maintained with the thorough optimism of an HOA that believed digital presence mattered. He didn't go in right away. He walked the perimeter of the clubhouse building first, the casual circuit of a man who'd parked and wasn't sure which entrance was correct, and learned the building's geometry. Main entrance front, service entrance rear, 2 exits on the east face, a screened porch on the west side overlooking the boat dock. 12 vehicles in the lot, 6 of them in the resident spaces that had name placards, 6 in the visitor row. One of the visitor row cars was a black Cadillac Escalade with tinted windows, and a detailed job that had been done recently, which was not the car of someone visiting a relative in a 1978 retirement community, and was probably Cole's. He noted the plate and went inside. The main room held 12 tables, 10 of them occupied, a coffee and pastry setup along the south wall that had been provided by someone who understood that the quality of the coffee was central to the social infrastructure rather than incidental to it. The room had the specific warmth of a space used by the same group of people regularly enough that the seating arrangements had become established without anyone formally establishing them. Couples in their usual chairs, solo residents in their preferred corners, the whole invisible geography of a community's interior life visible in where everyone had sat. Danny Cole was at the table by the west window, the one with the view of the boat dock and the intracoastal. He had 4 people with him, 2 couples, both in their late 60s, both leaning slightly toward Cole in the way people lean toward whoever was doing the talking at a table where the talking was worth leaning toward. Mike took a coffee from the self-service station and sat at the next table, which was empty. He opened the Notes app on his phone and appeared to be working through something, which was sufficient cover for the next 90 minutes. Cole was worth watching. He was 45 with the looks of a man who decided at 30 that looking younger than his age was worth the investment of time and money required to achieve it, not obviously maintained, just the consistent baseline of someone who slept adequately, exercised regularly, and wore clothes that fit correctly. Dark hair, minimal gray, the kind of face that read as trustworthy from across a room, through the specific mechanism of being symmetrical and calm, and making eye contact in the way that said, "I see you," without saying it was performing, "I see you." His voice carried to Mike's table without effort, a natural projection, not loud, just present, the voice of someone who'd learned that people trusted what they could hear clearly over what they had to strain toward. He was talking about weather. Not investment weather, actual weather, a storm system he'd apparently tracked the previous week, asking the couple on his left whether they'd gotten any water in their garage because he'd heard the intracoastal side had run high on Tuesday. The man said yes, about an inch. It had happened before. And Cole listened with his full body, shoulders turned, eyes on the man, head tilted slightly, the complete performance of a person for whom this inch of garage water was the most interesting thing in the world. Then, does that happen often in this spot? I've been thinking about the Martins' place, down at the south end of the community. They mentioned it when I was talking to them last week. The mention of the Martins served 2 functions simultaneously. It confirmed Cole's embeddedness in the community's social network, and it gave the man across from him the specific pleasure of being connected to a larger conversation. The man brightened and began telling Cole about the South End's drainage history. Cole listened, nodded, did not ask a follow-up question about the drainage history. Instead, when the man finished, "I was also asking them about the HOA's maintenance reserve. They said there'd been some discussion about the fund allocation at the last board meeting. Do you follow that closely?" A pivot. Smooth, conversational, natural feeling, but a pivot from drainage to finances. And now the man was talking about finances, and Cole was listening with the same complete body attention he'd given the garage water. Mike watched this happen, and understood that Cole's tell wasn't just the absent follow-up question. It was the pivot. Every conversation eventually pivoted to money, to what people had, what they worried about, what they wished they had more of. Cole was gathering financial intelligence through social conversation, and he was doing it with enough conversational distance between the pivot and the target that the target never noticed the direction of travel. An hour into the coffee hour, Cole stood and moved to a different table. The people he'd been sitting with watched him go, with the specific expression of people who'd enjoyed a conversation and were sorry it was over, which was the after effect Cole was cultivating, the sense that his presence was a benefit rather than an approach. He settled at a table with 3 solo residents, 2 women and a man, all in their 70s. Mike recognized from George's description that the man was one of the other investors, a retired contractor named Tom Briggs who'd put in $80,000 and who, based on the set of his jaw, even while smiling at Cole, was doing something complicated with his feelings about being at this table. Mike drank his coffee and watched Cole work Tom Briggs and the 2 women for 20 minutes, and at the end of 20 minutes he'd identified something George hadn't mentioned. Cole looked at people differently, depending on their investment status. The 2 couples at the first table, not yet investors based on the quality of Cole's attention, which ran complete and undifferentiated. Tom Briggs, already an investor, and Cole's eye contact with Tom had a fraction less warmth and a fraction more assessment, the subtle recalibration of a man checking inventory rather than building rapport. Tom Briggs knew something was wrong. Mike could see it in the angle of Tom's shoulders, the way he laughed at Cole's jokes a beat slower than the women did. Tom was sitting at this table because he wanted to watch Cole, the same reason Mike was here, and Tom was doing it less skillfully, which meant Cole probably knew it too. Mike looked at his phone, looked at the room, stood. On the way out, he passed the bulletin board beside the main entrance. The WA meeting agenda was posted in a plastic sleeve, a standard single-page printout, the kind of document that most residents walked past without reading, because WA meeting agendas were designed by committees who'd forgotten that design was a choice. He read it in 15 seconds. 8 agenda items. Number 6, between landscaping contract renewal and holiday decoration guidelines. Development partnership discussion. FDOD chairman. No description. No context. No supporting documentation referenced. Just the title and the name, buried between the landscaping contract and the holiday lights in the specific way that someone placed an item when they wanted it to appear on the record without inviting attention. He photographed it. In the parking lot, he checked his phone without getting in the truck, standing at the vehicle the way a man stood when he'd just left somewhere and was checking messages before he drove. The Escalade was still there. He photographed the plate from the angle that looked like he was photographing the dock view beyond the lot, which was a genuinely nice view and required no explanation. He was about to get in the truck when he saw the man standing at the Escalade's rear bumper. Not Cole. Bigger than Cole. 44, heavy through the chest, wearing a jacket that had done nothing to accommodate the shoulder width it was containing. He was looking at his phone, or appearing to look at his phone, and he was positioned with a sightline to the visitor lot's entrance that covered every vehicle that had come in since the coffee hour started. He wasn't looking at his phone. He was watching the lot. Mike got in his truck without varying his pace and drove to the lot exit, and at the exit he checked his mirror. The man was no longer at the Escalade. He was looking at Mike's truck, phone up, taking a photograph of the plate. Mike drove out and turned south on the Intracoastal Road and kept his speed consistent for a quarter mile before he let himself think about what that meant. Cole had someone watching the parking lot, watching who came in and who left and what they drove, which meant Cole was monitoring his own operations security in real time, which meant Cole expected scrutiny, which meant the sophistication of the paperwork and the patience of the 6-month approach weren't confidence, they were caution. Cole wasn't comfortable. Cole was careful. Those were 2 different things. He pulled over on a residential street, 2 blocks from the community entrance, and called Jennings. Cole has someone watching his parking lot, he said. Heavy-set man, 40s, photographed my plate on the way out. He'll run it, Jennings said. He'll run it, and find a truck registered to Mike Ramble, which means Cole will run the name and find the news coverage from the last year, which connects you to 3 federal fraud investigations, which tells Cole that whoever just spent 90 minutes at his coffee hour isn't a casual visitor. Mike looked at the residential street, the quiet December morning. How fast does a man like Cole move when he decides someone's watching? Depends on how close he is to finishing, Jennings said. If he's been working the community for 6 months, and he's getting ready to close the position, he might accelerate rather than run. Get the last few investors, close everything, go. Or he cuts his losses and runs today. Or that. She paused. How many current investors did it look like at the coffee hour? 6 that I could identify by George's descriptions. A 7th that I don't have a name for yet. He thought about the community. 800 residents, Cole 6 months in, working the social infrastructure carefully. There are probably more I don't know about. I'll call the OFR contact now, Jennings said. Get a name for you. A brief pause. Mike. The parking lot watcher. Was he with Cole inside? Didn't see him inside. He was outside the whole time. Professional security, she said. Not a friend doing a favor. Someone hired for the function. That's my read. A retirement community investment fraud operation with professional security is not a retirement community investment fraud operation, Jennings said. It's something using a retirement community investment fraud operation as a component. That's my read too, Mike said. He drove north toward Colusa Cay, the intracoastal visible through the mangroves on his right in the places where the road ran close to the water, the December morning doing its clear, cool thing around the truck, and thought about a man who'd spent 6 months building trust in a community he was planning to rob, and who ran that operation carefully enough to have someone watching his parking lot for faces that didn't belong. That wasn't the behavior of a con man working a retirement community. That was the behavior of a man protecting something more important than the con. Chapter 3. Bobby Park was leaning against Mike's truck. Not standing near it, not walking past it, leaning against the driver's door with the full weight of a man who decided that the truck's owner returning to find him there was the specific outcome he was arranging. Mike clocked him from 15 feet out, which was the distance at which the decision tree condensed to 2 options: approach and manage, or don't approach and signal that the approach had worked. He kept walking. Park was built for the impression he was making, wide through the chest in the way that came from years of specific physical training rather than general fitness, with forearms that showed below his jacket sleeves in a way that seemed like a casual choice and wasn't. He had a quality of stillness that wasn't relaxation. It was the stillness of someone conserving energy for specific use. Help you? Mike said. Park looked at him without urgency. Mr. Ramble. He'd run the plate fast. Inside an hour, which meant he had either law enforcement access or a contact with law enforcement access. That's me, Mike said. I work security for Mr. Cole's investment fund. Park produced a business card and held it out. Mike took it without looking at it. We've had some concerns about visitors to the Pelican Shores community who don't have an obvious connection to the residents. I was visiting a friend, Mike said. Of course. Park's tone was pleasant, in the specific way of someone who'd been trained to keep tone pleasant regardless of content. We take investor privacy seriously. When unfamiliar vehicles appear at locations where Mr. Cole is meeting with clients, we like to understand the context. That's thorough, Mike said. Mr. Cole is thorough. Park looked at the truck, at Mike, with the assessment of a man deciding whether the preliminary conversation had accomplished its purpose. You've been in the news. The work you've done with law enforcement in the area." He said it without inflection, neither positive nor negative, just data. That kind of background showing up at one of our client events gives us pause. "Reasonable," Mike said. "I was visiting a friend. George Webb. He and my friend Earl Tucker go back 40 years. Park processed this. I know Mr. Webb." "George knows a lot of people," Mike said. "That's what 40 years of merchant marine gets you." Something behind Park's eyes ran a calculation Mike couldn't fully read, weighing the explanation against the known background, against the risk calculus of pressing further or letting it go. The whole thing took 2 seconds, and was invisible to anyone who hadn't spent 20 years watching men do exactly this kind of rapid assessment in rooms where the assessment mattered. "Of course," Park said again. He stepped away from the door, the motion of a man who'd gotten what he came for, or had decided what he came for wasn't obtainable. "Sorry to hold you up." Mike got in the truck, started the engine, pulled out of the parking space at normal speed. Park stood in the lot watching him go. In the mirror, the moment the truck cleared the lot entrance, Park had his phone up. He drove 2 miles north and pulled into a marina restaurant's parking lot that had a water view and enough ambient activity that a parked truck didn't attract attention, and sat with the engine running while he thought it through. Park had run his plate in under an hour. The plate returned a name. The name returned news coverage. The news coverage connected Mike to 3 fraud investigations. Park had assessed all of that, driven to the community, found the truck, and been waiting. What Park hadn't done was anything threatening. He'd been pleasant, professional, collected the explanation Mike offered, and left. Which meant either Cole had instructed him to keep initial contact light, or Park had made his own assessment that pushing harder wasn't the right move yet. Either way, Cole knew Mike's name before noon on the day after George Webb came to the marina. Mike called George. George answered on the 3rd ring, his voice carrying the specific compression of a man who'd been near his phone all morning waiting for it to do something. "Your name came up at Pelican Shores this morning," Mike said. "As someone I was visiting. A man named Park, Cole's security, talked to me in the parking lot." A silence. "I didn't tell anyone you were coming." "I know. He ran my plate and connected me to the news coverage from last year. He'll probably talk to you." "What do I say?" "Tell him the truth, that you mentioned the investment situation to an old friend of Earl Tucker's, and I offered to look into it. Keep it casual. The embarrassment angle is your friend here. You went to someone you trusted, rather than to law enforcement, because you weren't sure how serious it was." He paused. "Don't mention the OFR. Don't mention Jennings. And George, don't let Margaret talk to Park if he comes to the house. Margaret doesn't know yet." "You need to tell her today," Mike said. "Not because of Park, specifically. Because you're going to need to move together on this, and surprises cost you options." A longer silence. "She's going to be angry." "Yes," Mike said. "She should be." He hung up and called Jennings. "Park moved fast," he said. "Plate to name to location in under an hour. He's either running plates through someone inside the system, or he has a service that does it." "I'll check for unauthorized DMV access on your plate," she said. "If someone ran it through the state system, I'll see the query. Do it quietly. If Park has someone inside the department, a loud check alerts them." "I know how to do a quiet check," she said, which was the accurate version of what he'd just said without the instruction attached. "The OFR contact," he said. "Lisa Chen. She's driving up from West Palm this afternoon. She wants to meet at the diner." A pause. "Mike. She's been tracking this pattern for 2 years. When I described the Pelican Shores situation, she got very still in the way that investigators get still when something fits." "What pattern?" "Small private investment funds in retirement communities. 4 incidents in 2 years, all in Florida, all similar profile, real instruments, misrepresented returns, operator disappears before anyone files formally. The previous 3 communities lost a combined $800,000 and recovered nothing. Previous 3, Mike said. Cole's done this before. If it's the same operator, yes. Different name each time. Different community. Same documentation quality. She paused. The previous operators were never identified. They were good at the disappearing. Cole didn't disappear those times, Mike said. He's still here at Pelican Shores. 6 months in. Which is what's different, Jennings said. The previous operations ran 3 months maximum. Get in, get the money, get out. 6 months is a different timeline. Because the money isn't the point, Mike said. Or isn't the whole point? He looked at the marina restaurant's dock, at a couple having lunch at an outdoor table, at the Intracoastal running its blue-green December behind them. Tell Chen I'll be at the diner at 3, he said. He spent the intervening hours at the library computer, which was quieter than usual on a Wednesday afternoon, running the development angle rather than the Cole angle, because the Cole angle was going to be Lisa Chen's territory, and the development angle was still his. The deed covenant challenge had been filed 18 months ago in Martin County Circuit Court, case number he pulled from the public records database. The petitioner, Coastal Meridian Partners, LLC. The respondents, the Pelican Shores Homeowners Association, and a list of individual property owners that ran to 40 names, all of them residents. The residents had never been formally served. The court record showed service by publication, a notice in a general circulation newspaper, the legal minimum, the method used when the respondents were either unknown or numerous enough that individual service was impractical. 40 named respondents who'd had their covenant overturned by a court proceeding they never knew was happening. The judge who'd signed the order, Honorable Mark Stevens, Martin County Circuit Court, Civil Division. The ruling had come down in 3 weeks from filing to decision, which was fast for a civil covenant challenge. Covenant cases routinely ran 6 months. 3 weeks suggested either an unusually clear legal question or an unusually motivated judicial process. Mike wrote down the judge's name. Wrote down the attorney who'd filed the challenge, Robert Kim, Kim & Associates, West Palm Beach. Wrote down the 3 entity names Kim had listed as principals of Coastal Meridian Partners, all of which were corporate designations rather than personal names. Then he ran Robert Kim. Kim had graduated from Florida State Law School in 2003, been admitted to the Florida Bar in 2004, and maintained a solo practice that had expanded to a 2-attorney firm 4 years ago. His practice areas, per his firm's website, were real estate, property law, and commercial transactions. His recent cases, per the State Bar's public case records, included 3 other covenant modifications and 2 commercial development approvals. All 5 in the last 2 years. All 5 in coastal Florida counties. Mike looked at the geographic spread of Kim's recent covenant work: Martin County, Indian River County, St. Lucie County, Brevard County, Palm Beach County. 1 in each county. All coastal. All in the last 24 months. He photographed every screen and drove to the diner. Lisa Chen had a booth in the back, which was either habit or preference. The booth that put her back to the wall and her face to the room, the instinctive positioning that investigators and people who'd learned to be careful in public converged on independently. She was 34, Chinese American, with the compact efficiency of someone who moved fast between a lot of different locations and had reduced everything she carried to the minimum required. A laptop bag, a legal pad, a pen she'd clearly been using already. Notes on the top sheet in handwriting that was dense and small and organized in a way that suggested the organization was native rather than performed. She looked at Mike the way Lisa Chen looked at everything, which was to say directly and with full attention, no warm-up, no social padding. Jennings says you found the Pelican Shores situation through a personal contact, she said when he sat. A friend of a friend. Merchant Marine captain named George Webb. How much did he lose? 60,000. He knows of 6 others. Combined around 400,000. The previous 3 communities I've tracked lost 800 combined, she said. Pelican Shores is the biggest single operation if the total holds. She opened the laptop. The instruments Cole is using. Did your contact describe them specifically? Private placement, diversified portfolio, principal preservation language. He slid the folder across the table, George's copy. The disclosure documents are better than standard. She read the top page with the speed of someone who'd read a lot of similar documents and had developed the ability to locate the meaningful language quickly. She stopped on page 4. Same structure as the previous operations, she said. Technically accurate, practically misleading. This language, she tapped the principal preservation sentence, is almost verbatim from the Fund 2 operation I tracked in Boca Raton 18 months ago. Same operator. Same document template, she said. Which is either the same operator or someone who got the template from the same operator, which is operationally close to the same thing. She closed the folder. The previous operations. They ran 3 months and disappeared. Pelican Shores has been running 6 months. Because there's something else going on there, Mike said. The development angle. He gave her the outline, the covenant challenge, Kim's filing, Dodd's chairmanship, the agenda item buried between the landscaping contract and the holiday lights. She listened without commenting until he finished. Coastal Meridian Partners, she said. Filed by Robert Kim, West Palm Beach. Kim has done work for 3 entities I've flagged in the last 18 months, she said. Not the same entities, related entities. Companies that share registered agents with companies that share registered agents with the investment operations I've tracked. She looked at her legal pad. The connection between the investment fraud and a development scheme would explain the timeline difference. 6 months instead of 3. Cole is keeping investors pacified while something else completes. The development deal needs time, Mike said. Cole is buying that time by keeping the community's financially sophisticated residents focused on their investments rather than on the HOA's decisions. She looked at him. Where did you land on the security? Man named Bobby Park. He was waiting at my truck after the coffee hour. Ran my plate in under an hour. Park, she said. I've seen that name. She went back to the laptop, typed, waited. Robert Park, contract security, licensed in Florida and Georgia. Prior employment includes 3 years at a corporate intelligence firm in Atlanta that was dissolved in 2021. Atlanta. 2021. The same year, Meridian Strategies had dissolved in Georgia. Mike kept his face level. What firm? He said. She turned the laptop. The firm was called Meridian Corporate Solutions. A different word after Meridian than the strategies firm that had preceded Harmon's Florida operation, but the same city, the same dissolution year, and a name close enough to the architecture Mike had been looking at for a year that it landed with the specific weight of a connection that needed confirming before it became a conclusion. I need to make a call, he said. Go ahead, she said. I'm going to look at Kim's covenant filings. He went to the parking lot and called Carter on the DIA number. Carter answered in 2 rings. Bobby Park, Mike said. Contract security, Florida and Georgia license. Prior employment at Meridian Corporate Solutions, Atlanta, dissolved 2021. 3 seconds. Where did you find Park? Carter said. Waiting at my truck outside a retirement community in Martin County, where a sophisticated investment fraud operation is running alongside a coastal property development scheme. Martin County, Carter said. Indian River Corridor, adjacent. Same waterfront geography as the land bank, Mike said. Mike. Carter's voice had the specific quality it got when he was managing the distance between what he knew and what he was authorized to say. Meridian Corporate Solutions was a security and logistics subsidiary of the same corporate family as Meridian Strategies. They dissolved simultaneously. The principals reorganized. A pause. We've been watching for where the principals landed. They landed at Pelican Shores, Mike said. Apparently. Another pause. This is now relevant to an active DIA investigation. It was relevant to a $60,000 loss by a retired merchant marine captain before it was relevant to DIA, Mike said. That doesn't change. I'm not suggesting it does, Carter said. I'm telling you, the Park connection puts this in a different category than investment fraud. Tell me the category. The category is, the same network that ran the arms export through your citrus grove is running whatever this is, and what this is has a real estate component along the same waterfront corridor as the Congressional Infrastructure Project. He paused. Reed's in federal custody, but Reed wasn't the network. Reed was a contractor. The network is still operating. Mike stood in the parking lot with the December afternoon going flat around him, the diner behind him, Lisa Chen inside running Kim's filings. How much of this do I share with the OFR investigator? He said. Share the fraud angle fully, Carter said. The DIA connection, the network connection, not yet. Let me make some calls. Give me 24 hours before you connect those dots for anyone outside this conversation. 24 hours, Mike said. And Mike, Park knew your name in under an hour. If the network is the same network, they have better intelligence infrastructure than a retirement community conman needs. I know, Mike said. Be careful about where you park. He went back inside. Lisa Chen looked up from the laptop. Kim filed identical covenant challenges in 4 other coastal counties in the last 2 years. All of them went through in under a month. All of them were served by publication, rather than direct service to the affected residents. Same judge. She shook her head. Different judges in each county. All of them civil division. She looked at her notes. All of them signed off fast. 5 judges in 5 counties, Mike said. All fast. Fast for the same reason or 5 different reasons, she said. I don't know which yet. Pull the case numbers, Mike said. All 5. I'll get them to someone who can look at the judicial side. He sat back down. Lisa. The investment fraud. You've been chasing this pattern for 2 years. Why hasn't it produced charges? She looked at the table. The previous operators disappeared before formal complaints were filed. The investors were embarrassed. By the time they talked to me, the operator was gone and the money was gone, and I had a pattern but no active case. She looked up. This is the first time I've found the operation while it's still running. Then we don't let it finish, Mike said. Easier to say than to do, she said. The fraud is real, but it's constructed to be difficult to charge. The misrepresentation is in the disclosure language, which means Cole's defense is that the investors didn't read carefully. She paused. I need either an investor who was explicitly promised something the disclosure language contradicts, or evidence of where the money actually went, which means getting into the accounts. George Webb has his quarterly statement, Mike said. Cole produced account numbers and balance figures. If the accounts are real and the money is in them, the fraud is different from if the accounts are shells and the money has already moved. She tapped her legal pad. I need a subpoena to see inside the accounts. A subpoena requires a formal investigation. A formal investigation requires a filing. A filing tips Cole. How fast does he move when he's tipped? The previous operators moved in 48 hours, she said. One of them was gone in 12. Mike thought about Bobby Park waiting at his truck, about a plate run in under an hour, about Carter saying the network was still operating, and that the Pelican Shores situation sat on the same waterfront corridor as the land bank. 48 hours was the window. Maybe less if Park had already reported that a name connected to 3 federal fraud investigations had been sitting at Cole's coffee hour. "File the investigation today," Mike said. She looked at him. "That tips them." "You said 48 hours. I think we have less than that." He met her eyes. "The people who've been tracking this pattern for 2 years know things about the network's response time that I don't. My read from being at that parking lot this morning is that Cole was already preparing to move before I showed up. My showing up may have accelerated the timeline, but didn't create it." She looked at the legal pad, at the laptop, at the folder. "If I file today," she said, "and they move tonight or tomorrow, we need to be positioned to respond." "Tell me what position looks like," Mike said. She looked at him steadily, the look of a woman calculating what the man across the table could actually do and what he couldn't. "It looks like someone who knows what Cole's exit looks like before he makes it," she said. "And someone who can follow it faster than a formal warrant process can." "That's me," Mike said. "That's an uncomfortable thing to say out loud," she said. "I know it is," he said. "Say it anyway." She closed the laptop. "I'm going to file at 5 p.m., she said. "That gives me the afternoon to prepare the filing correctly, and gives us tonight and tomorrow morning before the leak reaches Cole through whatever channel it reaches him through." She looked at Mike. "What do you need from me?" "Cole's address," he said. "His vehicle. Any financial accounts attached to the fund that you can identify without the subpoena." He paused. "And everything you have on the previous 3 operations. The communities, the operators' descriptions, the methods. I want to know what Cole's exit looks like in practice." She opened the laptop again. "The previous operators," she said, typing, "all used water." Mike looked at her. "All 3 exits were by boat," she said. "Different boats, different departure points, different destinations. But water, every time." She turned the laptop. A map of the Florida coast, 3 pins in 3 locations. Martin County, St. Lucie County, Palm Beach County. She looked at him. "All within 30 miles of where we're sitting." Mike looked at the map. At the 3 pins on the Florida coast. At the intracoastal running through all 3 locations like a thread through beads. "Cole has a boat," he said. It wasn't a question. "Cole has a boat," she said. "I don't know which one yet." "I know someone who knows every boat in this part of the intracoastal," Mike said. He was already reaching for his phone. Chapter 4. Ruth Nakamura answered the door before Mike finished knocking, which was becoming a pattern with the people in this case who'd been waiting the longest. She was 78, small, with the specific physical presence of someone who'd spent 50 years in lecture halls, and had developed a posture that made rooms pay attention regardless of her height. Silver hair cut short and practical, reading glasses on a chain, a cardigan that had the slightly shapeless quality of a garment worn for comfort rather than presentation. She looked at him with the assessment of a woman who'd spent a career evaluating students who were trying to pass off inadequate work as adequate. "You're not law enforcement," she said. "No. But you know something about what Dodd has been doing." "Yes." "Then come in," she said. "The file is on the table." The house was the kind of interior that accumulated over a lifetime of intellectual work. Bookshelves on every available wall, organized in a system that appeared chaotic and was clearly precise. Papers on the dining table in stacks that had a relationship to each other that only Ruth understood. A whiteboard on the wall of what might have been a dining room but was functioning as an office, covered in a diagram that Mike recognized as a flow chart of the HOA's decision-making authority with specific nodes circled in red marker. The file was 46 pages in a binder, tabbed and indexed. She didn't hand it to him immediately. She sat across the table and looked at him. "Before I show you this," she said, "I want to understand what you're going to do with it." "Build a picture of what Dodd has been arranging," Mike said. "Get it to people who can act on it officially." "I've been trying to get people to act on it officially for 17 months, she said. "The HOA's governing board has 2 other members besides Dodd. Both of them defer to him. I filed 3 formal complaints with the county's WA dispute office. 2 were acknowledged. Neither received a substantive response." She looked at him. "When you say people who can act on it officially, I need to understand what that means specifically." "A financial fraud investigator from the Office of Financial Regulation is filing a formal investigation today on the investment scheme running alongside Dodd's development arrangement. That investigation will connect the 2 operations." He paused. "The connection changes the legal category of what Dodd has been doing." She looked at the binder. "The development deal. You know about that." "I know about Coastal Meridian Partners. The Covenant Challenge. Robert Kim's filing." Something shifted in her face, the specific expression of a woman who'd been working alone on a problem and has just discovered she's not the only one who found it. "Sit down," she said, and pushed the binder across the table. The binder was a masterwork of documentation by someone who'd spent a career teaching the difference between assertion and evidence. Every tab contained copies of original documents, her handwritten analysis, and a section she'd labeled questions requiring answer that listed specific gaps she hadn't been able to fill. Tab 1 covered Dodd's assumption of the chairmanship 2 years ago, including the WA election that had produced it, an election that Ruth's analysis showed had been conducted with procedural irregularities that technically invalidated the result, but which nobody had formally challenged because nobody had understood the procedural requirements well enough to identify the irregularities. "He knew what he was doing," Ruth said. "The election was run badly enough to be challenged, but not so badly that it looked deliberate. That's a specific calibration." She pointed to the relevant section. "A man who accidentally runs an election badly doesn't calibrate the badness. A man who deliberately runs it badly enough to be exploitable but not obviously wrong, that's someone who understood the governing documents well enough to find the margin." "Former commercial real estate attorney," Mike said. "I know what he is," Ruth said. "I researched him. His practice specialized in WA governance and commercial property transactions for 20 years. He understands these documents the way I understand contract law." She tapped the binder. "Which is why I'm the only person in this community who understood what he was changing and when." Tab 2 covered the financial decisions, WA reserves, maintenance funds, the specific accounts that Ruth had identified as receiving transfers from the operating budget with descriptions that didn't match their actual purpose. "2 transfers," she said. "September of last year, $40,000. March of this year, $35,000. Both described in the minutes as maintenance reserve allocations." She turned to the supporting documentation. "Neither amount appears in the maintenance reserve account. I requested the account records under the governing documents transparency provision. Dodd provided what he said were the records. The account numbers on his records don't match the account numbers that appear in the original WA banking documentation from before his chairmanship." "He gave you fabricated records," Mike said. "He gave me documents that look like records, but reference accounts that don't correspond to the HOA's actual banking relationships." She looked at him. "I'm a retired contract law professor, not a forensic accountant. I can see that the numbers don't match. I can't tell you where the money actually went." $75,000, Mike said. At minimum. Those are the transfers I can document. There may be others I couldn't access. She turned to tab 3. The Covenant Challenge. I found out about it 6 months after the fact when I was reviewing the community's property history as part of understanding what Dodd was authorized to negotiate. Residents weren't notified. Service by publication in a general circulation newspaper, she said, with the precise contempt of a woman who'd spent a career in a field where procedural shortcuts had consequences. Legal minimum. Technically sufficient. Practically designed to ensure nobody who was affected found out. She looked at Mike. I've been in my house on this piece of land for 12 years. I moved here from a faculty apartment at the university when I retired. This is my home. She said it without emotion, which made it more emphatic than if she'd said it with emotion. What Dodd is arranging would end that. The development deal. What do you know about it? The agenda item is the first public indication that a deal exists. I've been aware for 3 months that something was being negotiated. I have a source. She paused, the pause of someone deciding whether to name a source. Frank Dodd's assistant is a woman named Sandra Lopez. Sandra has been Dodd's WA administrative assistant since he became chairman. She's been passing me information because her own mother lives 2 streets over, and Sandra understands what the development would mean. Sandra know the deal specifics? She's seen correspondence. The development group is offering the community association a total purchase price for the common areas and ultimately the residential lots. A price structured to appear generous on a per-unit basis while actually representing a significant discount from current market value. Ruth looked at the binder. The residents would receive buyout offers they'd be pressured to accept on a timeline that Dodd controls from a development group that has already negotiated the covenant modification that makes the offers possible. And the residents who might object most strenuously, Mike said, are currently sitting with $60,000 or $80,000 of their savings in Danny Cole's private investment fund, Ruth said, with access to those funds suspended pending a quarterly rebalancing. She looked at him. You see the coordination. I see it, Mike said. Cole and Dodd are working the same community from 2 directions. Cole drains the people with the resources and the sophistication to organize resistance. Dodd announces the development. The people who'd fight it hardest are already compromised. Ruth folded her hands on the table. I've been waiting for someone to say that out loud for 3 months. She looked at the binder. Sandra Lopez. When Cole came to the community, Sandra told me Dodd had a prior relationship with him. They were careful about it. They didn't interact publicly. They didn't appear at the same events. But she saw an email exchange on Dodd's computer, briefly while she was filing documents. What did it say? She only caught fragments. The phrase, current investor count and a number. And a date. She thinks it was a target date for something to complete. She looked at him. The date she remembered was January 15th. 6 weeks from now. Cole closes the fund position before January 15th, Mike said. Dodd announces the development deal after the investors are locked out of their money. Residents try to object and find that the people who would lead the objection are already fighting to get their savings back. That's the sequence as I understand it, Ruth said. Mike stood and went to the whiteboard on the wall, the flowchart she'd built of the HOA's decision-making structure. It was meticulous. Every authority documented, every deviation from the governing documents marked in red. This board, he said. The 2 members who defer to Dodd. If Dodd were no longer chairman, if someone challenged his chairmanship on the procedural grounds from the election, who would lead the board? Ruth looked at the whiteboard. The provision for chair succession is Section 7, Paragraph 3 of the governing documents. In the absence of a duly elected chairman, the board conducts its business through a designated interim officer who is, she paused, the secretary. Who's the secretary? A man named Phil Garrett. Retired school principal. He defers to Dodd because he respects authority, and Dodd presents well. She paused. But Phil Garrett is not venal. He's simply been managed. If Phil Garrett understood what Dodd had been doing, Phil Garrett would be horrified, Ruth said. He has 3 grandchildren who visit him here. He thinks of this community as their inheritance. She looked at Mike. But challenging Dodd's chairmanship requires a formal election challenge, which requires evidence that the original election was procedurally invalid, which requires someone to file the challenge who has standing. Do you have standing? She looked at him with the expression of a woman who'd spent 50 years in law, and found the question mildly insulting in its obviousness. I've had standing since I moved in, she said. I've been waiting for the right moment to use it. The right moment is now, Mike said. I'm aware of that. She looked at the binder. What do you need from me, specifically? Everything in that binder, organized for 2 purposes. First, the fraud documentation, the fabricated financial records, the unauthorized transfers, for the OFR investigation and for Jennings. Second, the election irregularity documentation for the challenge. He paused. And Sandra Lopez? I need to talk to her. I'll arrange it. Ruth picked up the binder and set it in front of Mike. Take this. I have the originals. I've always had the originals. She looked at him. One more thing. Tom Briggs. The retired contractor. $80,000. Tom has been making noise publicly, she said. Cole's man, the large one who watches the parking lot, talked to Tom 4 days ago. Tom told me. He said the man didn't threaten him directly. She paused. He described it as a conversation about how unfortunate misunderstandings could be, and how quickly they could escalate if people weren't careful. Park, Mike said. Tom isn't frightened. Tom is a 66-year-old retired contractor who spent 30 years on job sites and doesn't frighten easily. She looked at Mike. But Tom is angry, and angry men make errors, and Tom making an error right now would cost us the timing. I'll talk to Tom today, Mike said. Before dinner, Ruth said. Tom drinks after dinner, and his judgment doesn't improve with drinking. He took the binder, which was heavier than it looked, which was the consistent property of things Ruth Nakamura built. At the door he stopped. You've been working this alone for 17 months, he said. Yes. Why didn't you go to the press? The local paper would have run this. She looked at him with the patience of someone who'd already answered this question in her own head many times. Because a story in the local paper gives Dodd 48 hours to call his attorney and structure a response before anyone with actual authority moves, she said. A story in the local paper is the last step, not the first one. She paused. I was a law professor for 32 years, Mr. Ramble. I know how to build a case before I present it. How close were you to presenting it? I was waiting for someone to tell me who to present it to. She looked at the binder in his hands. Now, I know. Tom Briggs kept his skiff at the community's boat dock in Slip 7, which had a view of the intracoastal and enough wind coming off the water on a December afternoon that Mike kept his jacket zipped, while Tom sat on the dock box in a fleece that had been washed enough times to have achieved the particular softness of long use, apparently unconcerned with cold. He was 66 and built like someone who'd been on job sites his whole life, not gym-built but work-built, with hands that showed the difference, and a face that had stopped apologizing for what it looked like sometime around 50. He looked at Mike with the direct appraisal of a man who'd spent 30 years sizing up subcontractors and had developed opinions about people quickly and accurately. Ruth called, Tom said. Said you were coming. Ruth's thorough, Mike said. Ruth's the only reason I haven't done something stupid yet, Tom said. He looked at the water. That man. Park. He came to my house. I know. He stood on my front step and talked to me about misunderstandings in a tone of voice that was designed to communicate something other than what the words were saying. Tom looked at the intracoastal. I've dealt with that kind of communication on job sites before. Usually it's from men who owe you money and want you to decide it's not worth pursuing. What did you tell Park? I told him I'd take it under advisement, Tom said. Which is what you say when you want the conversation to end without telling the man what you actually think. Good call, Mike said. Tom looked at him. I don't love sitting on it. I know you don't. Mike sat on the other end of the dock box, which gave them both a view of the intracoastal and made the conversation look like two men watching the water rather than two men talking about something specific. $80,000. $80,000 that took me 30 years to save, Tom said. Not because I didn't make money. I made money on every job I ran. Because I spent money too. And I raised 2 kids and I paid for their colleges and I didn't regret any of it. But $80,000 was real. $80,000 was the difference between a retirement I could manage and a retirement I had to worry about. Cole targeted you specifically. I know that now. Tom looked at the water. I was an idiot. You were a careful man who encountered someone more careful than you, Mike said. Cole has been doing this for 8 years across multiple communities. He's better at it than careful people are at defending against it. That's a generous read. It's an accurate read. Mike looked at the intracoastal, at a pelican running the surface 10 yards out. Tom. The noise you've been making in the community. The talking to people at the mailboxes and the parking lot. Someone has to say something. Yes. And the right someone at the right time is the thing that closes this case cleanly. He looked at Tom. Right now, you're the wrong someone at the wrong time. Cole knows you're angry. Park knows you're angry. Angry investors who make noise give operators a specific kind of information. They tell the operator how much pressure is building and when the pressure is close to triggering official action. Tom looked at the water. You're telling me to shut up, he said. I'm telling you that in about a week, if this goes the way I think it goes, you're going to have the opportunity to say everything you want to say in a room where it matters. Mike paused. The question is whether you want to say it in a parking lot where it costs you timing, or in a formal proceeding where it costs Cole everything. Tom was quiet for a moment. A boat passed on the intracoastal, a center console running south at a sensible speed, the wake arriving at the dock 30 seconds later as a gentle rhythm against the pilings. What do you need from me? Tom said. A statement. Written, signed. Everything Cole told you about the fund, every representation he made, every specific promise or implication of a promise. Every date, every number, every document he showed you. Mike looked at him. The misrepresentation, in the disclosure language, is constructed to be ambiguous. What breaks that ambiguity is investors who can testify specifically to what Cole said verbally, the things he said in conversation that the documents were designed to technically contradict. He told me 12% was conservative, Tom said immediately, the words coming out with the speed of something that had been sitting ready. He said conservative because the underlying instruments had been running at 14 to 16% for the previous 2 years, and he'd built in a margin for variance. He looked at Mike. 12% conservative is a specific claim about expected returns. That's not the same as what the disclosure document says. No, Mike said. It's not. He said it at this dock. On a Tuesday morning, about 2 months ago, before I signed anything. I remember the day because the marina fuel pump was running, and I remember thinking I should get my skiff fueled up after the conversation." He paused. "I didn't, because after the conversation, I went and wrote him a check." "Write everything down," Mike said. "Tonight. Everything you can remember about every conversation, in chronological order, with as much specific language as you can recall." He stood. "Tom, one more thing." Tom looked up. "You called this community home when you said your grandchildren would inherit it," Mike said. "The development deal that Dodd is arranging would end that. The investment scheme and the development deal are connected. Cole and Dodd are working together. Your $80,000 is part of a mechanism designed to prevent people like you from having the time and attention to fight what Dodd is planning." Tom stared at him. "They're taking the community," Mike said. "The money was the distraction." Tom Briggs sat on the dock box with the Intracoastal going its December blue-green behind him, and his face did the thing faces did when two separate kinds of anger found each other and combined into something considerably heavier than either one alone. "Write it down," Mike said. "All of it. Tonight." He left Tom at the dock and walked back through the community toward the parking lot, Ruth's binder under his arm, the December afternoon going orange at the edges. His phone buzzed. "Jennings. DMV query on your plate. Ran at 11:43 this morning through a third-party database service. Service is licensed, used by insurance companies and repossession firms. Not law enforcement access." A pause. "The account that queried it belongs to a company called Atlantic Security Solutions. Florida license. Principal officer, Robert Park. Park had his own licensed database access. Clean, legal, the kind of service available to anyone willing to pay for a business license and a subscription. Cole's operation was built from legitimate tools used for illegitimate purposes, which was the specific architecture that made it hard to prosecute on any single element." He texted back, "Park has a Florida Pi license?" Jennings, 30 seconds later, checking. Then, yes. Robert Park, licensed private investigator, Martin County, current. 3 years. A licensed Pi running security for a con man, using licensed database access to identify people who showed up at client locations. Every piece of it, legal on its own. The shape of it, not legal at all. He called Lisa Chen. "Park's a licensed Pi," he said when she answered. "He ran my plate through a commercial database service, not law enforcement. Completely legal." "Completely legal and completely useful to Cole's operation," she said. "Have you filed?" 4:47 p.m., she said. "It's in 48 hours. Maybe less." Mike looked at the parking lot, at the spaces where the residents' cars sat in the late afternoon, at the clubhouse with its bulletin board and its buried agenda item, at the Escalade in the visitor row. Still there. Cole was still here. For now. Chapter 5. Lisa Chen drove a 10-year-old Civic that had done considerable mileage between West Palm Beach and various retirement communities along the Florida coast, and she arrived at Yolanda's off US 1 at 3:02 with her laptop bag and the legal pad and the same focused efficiency Mike had seen at their first meeting, the kind of efficiency that suggested she'd been thinking continuously since they'd last talked and was ready to continue thinking with a new variable in the room. She sat down and ordered coffee before Mike said anything, which was the habit of someone who'd learned that a warm cup was a more useful companion than an empty table for long conversations. "The filing went through," she said. "OFR has a case number. I got a call from my supervisor at 4:15 telling me I'd picked a complicated one." She opened the laptop. His exact words were, "Lisa, you always pick the complicated ones, which is how I know I'm in the right place." "What makes it complicated from OFR's perspective?" "The instrument structure," she said. The private placement Cole is running uses real financial instruments. I confirmed that this afternoon. The accounts exist. The money is in them. She paused. Which means the fraud isn't in the instruments. It's in the representation. Cole's investors put money into something real, and the something real is performing, and the documentation shows it performing. She looked at the laptop. What the documentation doesn't show is that the performance is manufactured. How do you manufacture performance on a real instrument? You can't, not permanently. But you can manufacture it for 6 months. She turned the laptop. Cole's fund shows 12% returns over the period. Real 12% returns. What I think he's done is front-loaded actual returns by selecting instruments that were already positioned for short-term gains, then structured the fund's entry point to capture those gains, which makes the 6-month performance look legitimate. She paused. The problem comes when the fund closes. When investors try to exit, the underlying instruments aren't positioned for exit at the represented value. The fund's actual liquidation value is probably closer to 80 cents on the dollar. He loses their money on the way out rather than the way in, Mike said. He pockets the difference between what the investors think they're getting and what the instruments actually produce at liquidation, she said. For $400,000 in, investors get back maybe $320,000. Cole takes $80,000. Legally, his defense is that the instruments performed within the disclosed risk parameters. She closed the laptop. It's elegant. Genuinely elegant. The previous 3 operations worked the same way. I'm confident of it now, but I couldn't prove it because by the time I found them, the operators were gone, and the funds were liquidated, and the investors had been told the market had produced below expectation results. And the investors believed it, because the fund had shown real performance for the months they could see, Mike said. And because they were embarrassed, she said. Embarrassed people don't push. They absorb the loss and don't talk about it. The coffee arrived, and she wrapped both hands around the mug the way she'd done at their first meeting, the gesture of someone who ran cold or who used the warmth deliberately. Tom Briggs told me Cole said 12% was conservative, Mike said. Verbatim representation, specific claim, 2 months ago at the community boat dock. She looked up sharply. Verbal representation of expected returns that exceeds what the disclosure document specifies. 12% was conservative because the underlying instruments had been running 14 to 16%. That's the misrepresentation I need, she said. That's the gap between what the document says and what the investor was told. She reached for the legal pad. Are there others? Other investors who heard specific verbal representations? I don't know yet. I know George Webb, the $60,000 investor, was told the fund was principal protected. He paused. That's not what the disclosure language says. Principal protected is a specific term with a specific legal meaning, she said. If Cole used it verbally, that's a representation that creates an investor expectation the disclosure document explicitly contradicts. She was writing fast. I need both of them, on the record. Formal statements, specific language, dates if possible. I'll get them, Mike said. What do you need beyond the statements? Bank records showing where the fund's money actually sits and how it's structured, she said. That requires the subpoena, which is moving through the system now. The OFR's legal office said 24 to 48 hours for a judge to sign. She looked at the pad, which intersects with our timing problem. Cole moves in 48 hours or less, Mike said. Based on the previous operations, she said. And based on the fact that you were at the coffee hour this morning, and Park ran your plate by noon. She met his eyes. They know someone's looking. The question is whether they think it's official or informal. If Park ran my name and found the news coverage from last year, Mike said, he found 3 federal fraud investigations. That's not informal. That's a man they should assume is connected to official channels, even if he's not currently carrying a badge. Which means they're not waiting for an official filing to show up, she said. They're already running the clock. Mike looked at the window, at the US 1 traffic doing its late afternoon thing outside, the particular density of the commuter hour beginning to build. The boat, he said. You said the previous operators used water. All three. I can show you the departure points. She opened the laptop again and pulled up the map he'd seen before, the 3 pins on the Florida coast. The first operation was in Delray Beach. Operator departed from a marina in Lantana, about 3 miles from the community. The second was in Vero Beach, departed from a private dock on the Indian River. The third was in Jensen Beach, departed from a charter marina in Stewart. Mike looked at the map. The departure points formed a loose north-south line along the intracoastal, all of them accessible from communities sitting on or near the waterway. All of them suggesting an operator who understood the coast's water infrastructure. The same operator, he said. Same geographic knowledge, same exit methodology. Different names, different identities each time, same method. She paused. The Jensen Beach departure was 14 months ago. I was 48 hours behind it. I had a witness description of the boat, a motor yacht, white, 35 to 40 feet, flying a charter vessel flag. The charter flag is probably a ruse, makes the departure look like a commercial departure rather than a personal one. She looked at Mike. I never got a registration. The Jensen Beach Marina, Mike said. Which one? She named it. Mike knew it. A full-service marina on the St. Lucie River, transient slips available, the kind of place that saw enough through traffic that one motor yacht coming and going wouldn't generate attention. That's 4 miles from Pelican Shores, he said. I know. Mike thought about Bobby Nash at Port Salerno, about 16 years of knowing every boat that moved through that inlet, about the institutional knowledge that accumulated in harbor masters and dock masters, and the people who worked fuel docks and saw the same water every day. I need to make a call, he said. He went outside, the December air doing its reasonable 60-degree thing, and called Earl Tucker. Earl picked up in 2 rings. Dock's quiet. Donnie's out on a charter, back by 4. Not about the dock, Mike said. I need the marina network. Specifically, the Stewart and Hobe Sound area. Motor yacht, 35 to 40 feet, white hull, charter flag. Has been operating in the area for at least a year. I need to know where it slips. Earl was quiet for a moment. For what purpose? The investment fraud at Pelican Shores. The operator uses a boat to exit when things get close. He's used it 3 times before in this area. He's still here, Earl said. He's still here. We have maybe 48 hours. Let me make some calls, Earl said. The harbor masters on the intracoastal between here and Hobe Sound know me. Some of them go back 30 years. A pause. What name is the boat under? Unknown. White hull, 35 to 40 feet, charter flag, motor yacht configuration. Has been in the area at least 6 months. I'll call Bobby Nash first, Earl said. Bobby sees more traffic than anyone between here and Jupiter. He paused. Mike, this the same kind of situation as the last few things you've been working on? It's a variation. Meaning yes. Earl sounded unsurprised. I'll call you back inside an hour. Mike went back inside. Lisa was on her phone. Her end of the conversation, consisting primarily of listening with occasional single-word responses, the specific dynamic of someone receiving information from a superior who had thoughts about the direction of the investigation. Her expression didn't change during the call, which was the discipline of someone who'd learned to receive unwelcome institutional input without advertising her response to it. She ended the call and set the phone face down on the table. My supervisor, she said. The OFR's legal office has a concern about the timeline. They want to be certain the subpoena process is thorough enough to survive a defense challenge before we move on the accounts. How long does thorough take? Mike said. They said 72 hours to ensure procedural completeness. She looked at the table, which puts us past Cole's likely exit window. By a day, Mike said. By a day, if the previous operations timelines hold. Possibly by 2 days. She looked at him. This is what happened in the previous 3 communities. The official process moves at the official pace, and the operator moves at the operator's pace, and the operator is faster. Can you accelerate the subpoena process? My supervisor can authorize emergency processing. Emergency processing requires documented imminent harm, evidence that the fraud is in the process of closing, and that delay will result in unrecoverable loss. She paused. The evidence I have supports that argument. What I need to make it convincingly is something time-stamped and current that shows the fund closing rather than just static documentation of the scheme. Cole sent a quarterly rebalancing notice to his investors, Mike said. George Webb showed me a copy, she said. That notice, dated and sent to multiple investors simultaneously, describes a temporary withdrawal hold pending rebalancing. That's a closing mechanism. She picked up her phone. That's the documented imminent harm. She called her supervisor back. Mike listened to her make the argument. Efficient, specific, citing the notice's language and the dated communication and the pattern from the previous 3 operations. She didn't editorialize. She presented the evidence and its implications, and let the evidence do the persuasion, which was the method of someone who'd learned that institutional processes responded better to facts than to urgency. The call ran 6 minutes. When she ended it, she set the phone down with the controlled deliberateness of someone managing their reaction. 48 hours for emergency processing, she said. They're authorizing it. Which meant the subpoena and the Cole timeline were running in parallel on the same 48-hour window, and which one completed first would determine whether the official process caught Cole or whether Cole was already on the water by the time the official process arrived. Mike's phone rang. Earl. Bobby Nash, Earl said. And Jimmy Howell, at the Hobe Sound Marina. A pause. White motor yacht, 42 feet, Riviera model, registered name Clear Conscience. Slipped at the Hobe Sound Marina for 4 months, transient basis month to month. Paid cash each month through a management company. Earl's voice had the specific quality it got when he was delivering information he found distasteful. Bobby says a similar vessel was at Port Salerno for a week, 14 months ago. Short stay. He didn't record the registration, but the description matches. Registration on the Clear Conscience, Mike said. Jimmy says it's registered to a company called Waterway Holdings, LLC. Florida registration. A pause. I'm looking at the marina record. He texted me. The contact listed for the slip rental is a man named Cole. Danny Cole. Motor yacht registered to a shell company. Slipped 4 miles from the community he was running a scheme in, month to month on a cash basis, the same vessel that had appeared near a previous operation. Jimmy say how much gear is aboard, Mike said. He said the boat provisioned last week. Full fuel water stores. The kind of load up you do before a trip, not for day use. Earl paused. Mike. Jimmy said the slip rental is paid through January. Paid through January, Mike said. Paid through January means he doesn't need to check out before he leaves, Earl said. He just goes. The slip payment doesn't alert anyone. Which was the plan. Pay the slip through the period he needed to maintain the impression of permanence, then depart without checkout when the moment came, leaving a paid slip and no forwarding information. Mike looked at Lisa across the table. I found the boat, he said. Hobe Sound Marina. Clear Conscience. 42-foot Riviera, registered to Waterway Holdings, LLC. She wrote it down. That's the asset. If we can freeze that asset. The asset freeze is part of the subpoena, he said. Yes. But an asset freeze on a mobile asset requires the court order to reach the marina before the asset moves. She looked at the legal pad. I need to add the vessel to the filing. Add it, he said. She was already typing. Mike looked at the window, at the darkening afternoon, at the US 1 traffic that had fully committed to its evening density. 48 hours for the subpoena. 48 hours for Cole, maybe less. A 42-foot motor yacht provisioned for a trip, sitting in a Hobe Sound slip that was paid through January, so the departure left no administrative footprint. He thought about the previous 3 operations. 3 communities, 3 exits by water, 3 times the official process had been 48 hours behind. Lisa Chen had spent 2 years watching it happen from a distance, building a pattern she couldn't act on because the pattern never gave her an active case until it was already closing. She had an active case now. The question was whether active was fast enough. He called Jennings. Hobe Sound Marina, he said. Motor yacht called Clear Conscience, Riviera 42, registered to Waterway Holdings, LLC. I need eyes on that boat. Not official eyes, just eyes. Someone who can tell me when it moves. I can't put a deputy on unofficial surveillance, Jennings said. I know you can't, he said. I'm not asking for a deputy. A pause. Bobby Nash does recreational fishing in the Hobe Sound area on his days off, she said. He mentioned it to me once. Does he fish in December? Bobby fishes in December, January, February, and every other month, she said. Bobby fishes constantly. It's what Bobby does when he's not running a harbor master's office. Would Bobby be willing to go fishing near the Hobe Sound Marina tomorrow morning? Bobby would be willing to go fishing near the Hobe Sound Marina tonight if I asked him, she said. Bobby and I have an understanding. Tell Bobby if the Clear Conscience moves. I need to know immediately. Not in an hour. Immediately. I'll tell him, she said. He went back to the table. Lisa had added the vessel to the filing and was on the phone with the OFR's legal office confirming the amendment. He sat and looked at the legal pad and the map and the 46-page binder from Ruth and thought about the geometry of it. Cole knew someone was looking. Park had his plate before noon. Cole was smart enough to run the name and understand what it meant. The 48 hours they thought they had might already be running on a shorter fuse. When Lisa ended the call, he said, the investors. George Webb and Tom Briggs specifically. They need to be ready to give formal statements quickly. Not in a week, potentially in the next 24 hours. Can the OFR take emergency investor statements? Yes. I can take them directly, under the formal investigation. She looked at him. Can you get both of them available tonight? George is available whenever you need him. Tom, he thought about Ruth's warning. Tom is better before dinner. Call them both, she said. I want to do it here. Neutral location, documented setting. Mike called George first. George answered immediately, which confirmed he'd been near his phone all day. I need you to come to a diner off US 1 tonight, Mike said. An OFR investigator is going to take your formal statement. Bring every document Cole gave you, and anything else you have from your interactions with him. A pause. Margaret will want to come. Bring Margaret, Mike said, which was the right call, even if it complicated things, because Margaret Webb's anger was an accurate response to the situation, and accurate responses to situations tended to produce useful testimony. Tom Briggs answered on the first ring, which was different from the pace of a man sitting with his phone, and suggested Tom had been doing something with his hands to manage the afternoon. I need you at a diner on US 1 tonight, Mike said. Before dinner. Formal statement to an OFR investigator. Bring everything you have from Cole. Every document, every email, any notes you took. I've been writing, Tom said. Since you left. I've been writing everything down. Good. Bring it. He looked at Lisa. Both of them. 6 p.m. She checked her watch, 4:47. 6 works. He texted Jennings, Bobby on the boat tonight. 3 minutes. Then, Bobby's already on his way. He said he knows a good spot near the Hobe Sound Channel that's productive in the evening. His words. Mike looked at the window one more time. The afternoon had gone to evening while they'd been in the diner, the light outside shifting from the flat gold of late December afternoon to the first gray of evening, and somewhere 4 miles south, a 42-foot motor yacht sat in a paid slip with full fuel and provisions, and an operator who'd run this exit 3 times before and knew exactly what each step looked like. The difference this time was Bobby Nash on the water with a fishing rod and a phone, and Lisa Chen with an emergency process subpoena in the works, and George Webb and Tom Briggs driving to a diner at 6 o'clock to put on record the specific things Danny Cole had said to them when he thought the words would never be repeated in an official context. The difference this time was that someone had been paying attention from the beginning. Mike drank the rest of his coffee, which had gone cold while the afternoon moved, and didn't mind. Chapter 6. Ruth Nakamura's binder had a tab marked Covenant Challenge, judicial record that Mike had been meaning to get to since she handed it over. And he opened it at 6:15 in the morning at his kitchen table before the light was fully committed to the day. The tab held photocopies of the Martin County Circuit Court record for the Covenant Challenge. Ruth had annotated everything: the filing date, the service by publication notice, the judge's name, the timeline from filing to ruling. Her handwritten notes ran in the margins, in the precise small script of someone who'd been making margin notes in legal documents for 50 years. One annotation stopped him. On the page showing the hearing date, Ruth had written, Note: no contested hearing conducted. Ruling issued on briefs only. Standard for uncontested motions, but this was technically contested, respondents listed but never served. A ruling on briefs only meant the judge had decided the case without a hearing, which was standard when no party appeared to contest the motion. But the respondents, 40 Pelican Shores property owners, had been listed in the filing. They'd never been served in any meaningful way, which meant they'd never appeared, which meant the case had proceeded as if uncontested when it wasn't. The judge had ruled in 3 weeks on a case that looked uncontested because the respondents had been prevented from contesting it through the service by publication mechanism. 3 weeks. In and out. The same timeline across 5 counties. He photographed the annotated page and called Jennings at 6:30. She answered on the first ring, which meant she'd been up. The judicial pattern, he said. 5 covenant challenges in 5 counties, all ruled within 3 weeks, all on briefs only, no contested hearings. Different judges in each county. Kim shopped the judges, Jennings said. Filed each challenge in the county where the presiding civil division judge was most likely to move fast on an apparently uncontested property matter. That's not judicial corruption, Mike said. That's attorney strategy. It's attorney strategy that looks like corruption from the outside and isn't technically illegal from the inside, she said. Which is the kind of line that makes prosecutors unhappy. A pause. What county does Kim practice in primarily? His firm is in West Palm Beach. Palm Beach County. If Kim's doing business across 5 counties, he's appearing pro hac vice in each one. That requires a motion and approval. She paused. Pro hac vice applications are public record. If Kim's been filing challenges in multiple counties, there's a paper trail for each appearance. Pull them, Mike said. All 5 counties. I want to know if the same judges approved his pro hac vice applications and then ruled on his covenant challenges. The judge who approved his appearance motion and the judge who ruled on the substantive matter wouldn't necessarily be the same, Jennings said. But if they were, then Kim knew which judges to shop for, Mike said. Which means either Kim has a talent for identifying which judges move fast on covenant matters, or Kim has information about specific judges that informed his filing choices. Give me the county names and case numbers, she said. He read them from Ruth's binder. She wrote. When he finished, she said, I'll have it by noon. Mike, the investor's statements last night. How did they go? The diner at 6 p.m. had run longer than Mike expected, primarily because Margaret Webb had arrived with George and had turned out to be the most useful person in the room. She'd been angry in the specific, organized way of a woman who'd had the full day to process the information George had finally told her. And anger that had been organized for a full day came out as precision rather than heat. She'd remembered 3 specific conversations with Cole that George hadn't mentioned. 2 at community events where Cole had made representations to her directly. 1 at her front door when Cole had come to deliver a document personally and had made remarks about the fund's stability that were considerably more specific than anything in the disclosure paperwork. Lisa Chen had taken the statements methodically, George first, Tom Briggs second, Margaret third. Each statement ran 40 minutes to an hour. By 9:30 p.m., she had 3 documented investor accounts of verbal misrepresentation, each one containing language that contradicted the disclosure documents in ways that created a clear gap between what Cole said and what he was legally permitted to say. The statements were strong, Mike told Jennings. Particularly Margaret Webb. Cole made representations to her that he probably thought were casual conversation. She remembered them word for word. Good memory. Good memory and appropriate fury, Mike said. She was precise because she was angry, and she was angry because she was precise. The 2 things fed each other. The subpoena, Jennings said. Lisa's OFR contact called my office this morning. The judge signed at 11 p.m. last night. The asset freeze on the clear conscience and the account subpoenas are both in effect. Before Cole moved, Mike said. Before Cole moved. A pause. Bobby Nash stayed on the water until midnight. Boat didn't move. Mike looked at the kitchen window, at the December morning establishing itself outside, gray at the edges and working toward blue. Cole knows the subpoena, he said. The leak in the official process. You said the previous operators moved within 48 hours of the filing. The filing was yesterday at 4:47, Jennings said. We're at 14 hours. 34 hours remaining on the outside estimate. He closed Ruth's binder. I'm going to Pelican Shores this morning. What for? To watch, he said. Cole knows someone's looking. He might not know the subpoena is signed yet. The window between the subpoena signing and Cole learning about it is the most useful window we have. Don't engage him, Jennings said. I'm going to watch, he said, which was the same thing he'd said 2 days ago, and which had produced Bobby Park leaning against his truck, but which was still the correct answer because watching was what was available. He parked on the residential street 2 blocks from Pelican Shores entrance at 8 a.m., which was different from parking in the visitor lot, which was different from the approach that had produced Park's response. He was 50 yards from the lot entrance, with a view of the driveway and the Escalade's usual visitor space. The Escalade was there. He sat with coffee from a gas station that had committed to the good kind and watched the entrance for 40 minutes. 3 resident vehicles came and went. Early walkers returning, someone's grocery run, a man in a golf cart who navigated the speed bump with the careful optimism of someone who'd misjudged it before. At 8:52, Cole came out of the clubhouse. He was dressed the same way he always dressed, well, without announcing it, and he walked to the Escalade with the unhurried ease of a man running on his own schedule, which was either genuine composure or very good performance. Park was already at the wheel, The Escalade had been occupied when Mike thought it was parked. The Escalade pulled out, turned south. Mike followed at 2 blocks distance, which was the right distance on a residential street, and too far on a main road. He closed to 1 block when they hit the commercial strip of US 1. The Escalade ran south for 4 miles and turned into the parking lot of a waterfront restaurant with a view of the Intracoastal, a breakfast place, the kind that served eggs and coffee to the early morning boating crowd, and had a dock where transient boats could tie up for an hour. Mike parked across the street at a strip mall, the same parking lot surveillance position he'd used at the Hampton Inn in Melbourne 4 months ago, and watched. Cole and Park didn't go inside. They walked to the restaurant's dock and stood looking at the water, Cole with his hands in his jacket pockets, Park beside him with the stillness of a man who was always slightly ready. A boat came up to the dock 3 minutes later. Not the Clear Conscience, a smaller vessel, a center console 22 feet. The kind of boat that navigated the Intracoastal easily and drew no attention. 1 man aboard, late 40s, handling the boat with the ease of familiarity. Cole got on. Park stayed on the dock. The center console went north on the Intracoastal. Mike watched it go, watched Park walk back to the Escalade alone, watched the Escalade sit for 5 minutes before pulling back onto US 1. He called Bobby Nash. Center console, gray hull, 22 feet approximately, running north on the Intracoastal from the US 1 bridge in Stewart, he said. 1 passenger, 1 operator. Can you get eyes on it? Bobby had been on the water since 6. I'm at the Hobe Sound Bridge, Bobby said. That's 3 miles north. What am I looking for when it passes? See if it's heading for the Clear Conscience. And if it is, I need to know immediately before anything happens. On it, Bobby said, and the background sound on the call went from the ambient noise of a man on a dock to the engine sound of a man on a moving boat. Mike pulled onto US 1 and went north, paralleling the Intracoastal on the road while Cole ran it on the water. The road faster than the waterway, but the road ending at the marina rather than arriving at the marina the way a boat arrived at a marina. He called Lisa. Cole's on the Intracoastal in a center console heading north, he said. I think he's going to the boat. The asset freeze is in effect, she said. He can't take the money off the Clear Conscience, the accounts are frozen. He doesn't need the money, Mike said. He needs the boat. The accounts are frozen, but the boat is only frozen if the marina knows about the order. A silence. The asset freeze order was served to the registered owner of the vessel through the registered agent of Waterway Holdings LLC, she said slowly. Which means it was served to a Delaware registered agent who will mail the paperwork to whatever address Waterway Holdings listed, which is probably the same kind of mailbox service that every FOSS template shell company uses, Mike said. Which means that the marina hasn't been notified directly. I'm calling the marina now, she said, already moving. Mike. I'm almost there, he said. The Hobe Sound Marina sat at the end of a 2-lane road that ran off US 1 through a residential stretch, the kind of road that narrowed once and then narrowed again before opening into the marina's lot. Mike took it at a pace that was faster than the road wanted, and the truck handled without complaint. The lot had 12 vehicles. He took the spot nearest the dock gate, which was locked with a keypad, and looked through the chain link at the slips. The Clear Conscience was in slip 14, which he knew from Bobby Nash's earlier information. Slip 14 was on the far dock, the one that ran parallel to the Intracoastal's main channel, and from his position he could see the boat's transom and the slip's dock lines and the specific quiet of a vessel sitting in its slip without anyone aboard. His phone rang. Bobby Nash. Center console tied up at the fuel dock, Bobby said. The passenger, your man. He walked to slip 14 about 3 minutes ago. He's aboard the Clear Conscience now. Anyone else at the slip? Dock's empty except him. Marina's quiet this morning. Mike looked at the keypad gate. He didn't have the code. He didn't need the code. if someone was coming out, but nobody was coming out. He called the marina office from the number on the sign beside the gate. It rang 4 times and went to a recording that told him the marina office opened at 9. It was 8:47. He went to the gate and pressed the call button. A voice came through, tinny and indistinct, someone in the office who'd been there before 9. "I need to reach your dockmaster," Mike said. "I have a legal matter involving a vessel in slip 14. The dockmaster isn't in until—" "It's urgent," Mike said. "OFR has served an asset freeze on the Clear Conscience in slip 14. The vessel's operator may be aboard and may attempt to depart. I need someone to contact the dockmaster right now." The voice went away. Mike stood at the gate and looked at slip 14 through the chain link, at the Clear Conscience sitting there with Cole aboard and the marina office trying to reach the dockmaster. His phone rang. "Lisa." "Marina's been notified," she said. "I reached the owner directly. He called the dockmaster. Dockmaster is on the way." "How far?" "He lives 8 minutes from the marina." 8 minutes. Mike looked at the gate, at the dock, at slip 14. A marine engine started. The sound was unmistakable on a quiet marina morning. The low, authoritative rumble of a 42-foot Riviera's diesel cycling up, not idling but running, the sound of an engine that was being asked to do something. "Lisa," Mike said. "He's starting the engines." "The Coast Guard." "Call them. Now." He put the phone in his pocket. The gate had a keypad. The keypad had a standard marina lock. 6 digits, the kind that most marinas used with visitor codes posted on their websites for after-hours access or changed seasonally. He pulled up the marina's website on his phone, found the visitor information page, found the after-hours dock access code listed for non-resident guests. He entered it. The gate opened. He moved down the dock at the pace that covered ground without looking urgent. The pace that said, "I'm supposed to be here," rather than "I'm running." And at 30 yards from slip 14, the Clear Conscience was still in the slip, dock lines still attached, but the engine sound had the specific quality of a vessel ready to move rather than a vessel warming up. Cole came up from below with a line knife in his hand. He saw Mike at 20 yards. The line knife went to the stern dock line, and Cole cut it in one motion, clean, the dock line falling into the water, and then he was moving forward toward the bow line, and Mike covered the last 20 yards at a run. Cole cut the bow line before Mike reached the dock's finger pier. The Clear Conscience began to drift with the current, and the engine wake pushing it away from the slip, 2 feet of water opening between hull and dock, 3 feet. Mike jumped it. He landed on the Clear Conscience's side deck, his left hand catching the rail, and his ribs, the ones that had been cracked in November, the ones the doctor had said 3 weeks and he'd said fine, sending a specific message about the landing that he received and processed and did not act on. Cole was at the helm. He'd put the engines in forward, and the boat was moving, still within the marina's no-wake zone but moving, and he looked at Mike on the side deck with the expression of a man running a calculation he hadn't anticipated needing to run. "Mr. Ramble," Cole said. His voice was steady. It was genuinely steady, not performed steady, which told Mike that Cole had been in unexpected situations before and had developed a genuine rather than a constructed composure. "Cut the engines," Mike said. "I'm leaving," Cole said. "You don't have authority to stop me." "You're right," Mike said. "I don't." He moved toward the helm, and Cole moved away from it. The specific dance of 2 people on a moving boat who both understood the geography of the situation. The boat was out of the slip now, in the marina's main channel, moving at idle speed. Through the marina entrance, Mike could see the intracoastal, the open water, the direction Cole intended to go. "The accounts are frozen," Mike said. "OFR served the asset freeze last night. You're leaving without the money." Something shifted in Cole's composure, the first break in it, small but real. He hadn't known about the freeze. "There's nothing here for you to stay for," Mike said. The investors have given statements. The verbal misrepresentations are on record. The instrument structure is documented. He held the rail as the boat moved. What you've built here doesn't exist the way you think it exists. Cole looked at him. The silver tongue, Mike understood, worked in situations where the other person wanted to believe what they were hearing. It didn't work when the other person already knew the shape of what was being said. I'm going to need you to stop the boat, Mike said. The Coast Guard is on the water. The dockmaster is at the marina now. The OFR investigator is on the phone with the marina owner. He paused. You've run this exit 3 times before. This time the exit is closed. Cole looked at the intracoastal ahead. At the marina entrance, 40 yards away. At the options. The silver tongue went to work. The investors are going to get their money back, Cole said. The fund is performing. The quarterly rebalancing is standard procedure. His voice had the specific quality of someone who talked their way through harder situations than this one. Smooth and reasonable, and aimed at creating the impression that everything Mike thought he knew was a misunderstanding. There's no fraud here. There's a misunderstanding about process. The misunderstanding, Mike said, is that you said principal protected to George Webb and 12% conservative to Tom Briggs, and neither of those things is in your disclosure documents. Cole was quiet for 2 seconds. The boat kept moving. Stop the boat, Mike said. A Coast Guard response vessel appeared at the marina entrance, coming in from the intracoastal, lights running. Behind Mike, on the dock, the dockmaster was moving toward the main channel at a jog. Cole looked at the Coast Guard boat. At Mike. At the intracoastal, now blocked by the response vessel. He cut the engines. The Clear Conscience went to idle drift, the current moving it gently sideways in the marina channel, and Cole stood at the helm with his hands visible and the expression of a man who'd run the calculation and arrived at the only result the calculation produced. I'd like to call my attorney, Cole said. That's reasonable, Mike said. You can do that from the dock. The Coast Guard response boat came alongside. Bobby Nash's center console appeared at the marina entrance behind it. Bobby visible at the console, with a fishing rod still in the rod holder, and the specific expression of a man who'd gone fishing and ended up somewhere more interesting. Mike stood on the Clear Conscience's side deck with his hand on the rail. The December morning doing its clear, unremarkable thing around the marina. The intracoastal running its blue-green course past the entrance without particular interest in what had just happened. His ribs had a great deal to say about the dock jump. He would listen to them later. Chapter 7. Cole's attorneys arrived at the Martin County Sheriff's substation at 11:15, 2 of them from a West Palm Beach firm, carrying the kind of competence that cost enough money that Cole had clearly maintained it on retainer rather than scrambled to find it in an emergency. They went into the consultation room with Cole, and came out 40 minutes later and told Lisa Chen that their client was exercising his right to remain silent pending review of the charges. Lisa thanked them and drove to the diner. Mike was already there, coffee going, Ruth's binder open to the tab on the wall financial transfers. He's not cooperating, Lisa said, sitting. Not yet, Mike said. His attorneys reviewed the OFR filing. They're going to challenge the misrepresentation characterization, arguing that verbal statements in a social context don't constitute binding representations under Florida's securities law. She ordered coffee, didn't wait for it to arrive before continuing. They have a point. It's not a good point, but it's a point. What breaks it? The accounts, she said. Once I can see inside the fund accounts, I can trace where the money actually sits versus where Cole represented it as sitting. If there's a gap between the disclosed instrument holdings and the actual instrument holdings, if the fund isn't holding what it claims to hold, the misrepresentation case becomes considerably stronger. The subpoena gives you the accounts. The subpoena gives me a court order for the accounts. The accounts are held at a private trust company in the Cayman Islands. She looked at the table. International subpoenas on Cayman accounts take time. How much time? Months, potentially. Unless Cole's domestic holding accounts, the transfer accounts he used to move money between the fund and its operating expenses, unless those show something. Those are Florida accounts, and I can move on them faster. What would they show? Ideally, transfers to accounts that aren't disclosed in the fund documents. If Cole has been siphoning operating fees at a rate that isn't disclosed, that's a cleaner case than the instrument misrepresentation. She picked up the coffee that had appeared without her noticing Patty bring it. I've seen the domestic account structure in the filing documentation. There are 3 operating accounts. 2 are standard fund administration management fees. The third is labeled Strategic Development Reserve, which isn't a standard fund expense category. Strategic Development Reserve, Mike said. It's not a recognized fund accounting term, she said. Which means Cole invented it for a purpose. She looked at him. The transfers to that account, based on what I can see in the filing documentation, total $62,000 over 6 months. Not investor money going in, Mike said. Money going out from the fund to a third account with a name that sounds like a fund expense, but isn't. $62,000 going to an account whose purpose isn't disclosed to investors. She looked at him directly. If that account connects to Dodd's WA operation, if the same money appears in both places, then Cole and Dodd's financial relationship is documented. Which changes Cole's situation considerably, Mike said. Which changes Cole's situation considerably, she confirmed. He's no longer running a sophisticated but legally ambiguous investment fraud. He's part of a coordinated scheme that uses fraud proceeds to fund a development conspiracy. Different charges. Different exposure. She paused. His attorneys know this. They'll cooperate if the alternative is a conspiracy charge that exponentially increases their client's risk. Then we need to find that account, Mike said. The domestic transfer accounts are in the subpoena. I'll have them today. She looked at the binder. What else is in there? He turned to the tab on the WA financial transfers. Ruth's documentation of the 2 unauthorized transfers, the fabricated account records Dodd had provided, the discrepancy between the account numbers. Lisa read it the way she read everything, fast and with full retention. $75,000 from the WA operating account to accounts that don't match the HOA's established banking relationships, she said. Ruth documented this herself. She's a retired contract law professor. She knows what bank records are supposed to look like. Can she testify to the discrepancy? She can testify to it, document it, cross-examine opposing counsel about it, and probably write a law review article about it afterward, Mike said. Lisa almost smiled. I need to meet Ruth. Everyone who meets Ruth has that experience, he said. She's expecting my call. He called Ruth from the diner table rather than the parking lot, because the parking lot as a private phone location was a habit he was breaking. Ruth answered before the second ring. The financial investigator, Ruth said. When? Today, if you're available. I'm available now, she said. I've been available for 17 months. He gave the address, and she was there in 22 minutes, which told him Ruth Nakamura drove the way she did everything, efficiently and with purpose. What followed was 3 hours that Mike spent largely as a witness rather than a participant, because what Ruth Nakamura and Lisa Chen did to a set of financial documents when put in the same room with shared purpose was beyond his specific expertise, and he understood that his role was to stay out of the way. Ruth laid her documentation on one side of the table. Lisa laid the OFR filings, financial exhibits, on the other. They worked through both simultaneously, cross-referencing, Ruth explaining the HOA's financial structure from the governing documents, and Lisa explaining what the fund structure showed. At the 2-hour mark, Lisa stopped. "The Strategic Development Reserve account," she said. "Cole's third operating account. I have the account number from the filing documentation." She looked at Ruth. "The second unauthorized transfer you documented, the March transfer, $35,000, what account number does it show on the records Dodd provided?" Ruth turned to the relevant tab, read the number. Lisa read it back from her documents. They were the same number. Mike watched both women look at the number and then at each other. "Dodd transferred WA funds into Cole's Strategic Development Reserve account," Lisa said. "The WA money that Dodd described as a maintenance reserve allocation went to Danny Cole's private fund operating account," Ruth said. $35,000. "And the September transfer," Mike said. $40,000. Ruth checked. "Read the number." "Different. A different account number than the March transfer." "Two different accounts," Lisa said. "The September transfer went somewhere else." She typed quickly on the laptop. "The September account number, I don't have it in the filing documents." She looked at the laptop. "I need to run this number." She called the OFR's financial analysis unit, read the account number, waited while they searched their databases. Mike drank his cold coffee and looked at the number written on Lisa's legal pad. "Coastal Meridian Partners," Lisa said into the phone. "Are you certain?" She wrote something. "Thank you." She ended the call and looked at the legal pad. The September WA transfer, $40,000, went to an account registered to Coastal Meridian Partners, LLC. She set the pen down. "Dodd transferred WA funds directly to the development group that's trying to buy the community." "He's being paid by the buyer," Mike said. "He transferred WA funds to the buyer," Ruth said. "That's not just a kickback. That's the community's own money being used to facilitate the transaction that takes the community." The three of them sat with that for a moment. "Frank Dodd," Mike said, "needs to know that we know this before he has an opportunity to consolidate his position." Lisa looked at him. "You want to talk to him?" "I want to talk to him today," Mike said. "Before Cole's attorneys make the call that Cole's attorneys are going to make when they figure out Cole's exposure has doubled." "What call is that?" Ruth said. "Cole's attorneys are going to call whoever is above Cole in this arrangement," Mike said, "and tell them that Cole's situation has changed and that the arrangement needs to be assessed." He looked at Lisa. "How long before that happens?" "Their client is sitting in a consultation room at the sheriff's substation," she said. "They've already made that call." He stood. "I'm going to Pelican Shores," he said. "I'm coming," Ruth said. "Ruth." "I've been building that file for 17 months, she said. "I know every document in it, and I know every document Dodd has produced, and I know the specific provisions of the governing documents he's violated." She looked at him with the expression she'd used at the door when she'd said she knew what she had standing to do. "You're going to need someone who can speak the language he speaks. He's a real estate attorney. He spent 20 years in the technical weeds of WA governance." Mike thought about it for 2 seconds. "Lisa," he said, "don't engage him on anything related to the OFR investigation," she said. "The moment you characterize what you know as official, his attorneys get called and the conversation ends." She paused. "But an informal conversation between a resident with a file and a man who doesn't know how much that file contains." "Stay here," Mike told her. "I'll call you when it's done." Dodd's WA office was in the community's administrative wing, a corridor off the clubhouse's main room that held a copy room, a small meeting area, and the converted storage room that Dodd had furnished with the specific taste of someone performing established authority rather than possessing it, a mahogany desk that was too large for the room, framed community photographs that had been hung with attention to composition, a credenza holding files in labeled folders that were arranged to be visible from the visitor's chair. The credenza files were labeled. Mike read 4 of them from across the room, while Dodd's assistant Sandra Lopez showed them in Development Partnership, Maintenance Reserve, Covenant Review, Board Minutes. Dodd looked up from his desk with the professional warmth that was his primary tool and saw Ruth, and adjusted his expression fractionally, the adjustment of a man who'd been managing Ruth for 17 months and had developed a strategy for her that required a specific quality of patience. Then he saw Mike, and the adjustment happened again, smaller and faster, the recalibration of a man who'd been told something about someone and was now seeing that someone in his office. "Ruth," he said. "And?" "Mike Ramble," Mike said. "I've been helping Ruth with some of her concerns about the community's governance." "Of course." Dodd came around the desk, hand out, the gesture of a man who defaulted to handshakes as a control mechanism. "Frank Dodd. Happy to address any concerns." He shook Mike's hand with the grip of a man who'd been told handshakes communicated confidence and had practiced his. "Please sit." They sat. Dodd went back behind the desk, which put a piece of furniture between himself and them, the instinctive positioning of someone who understood spatial dynamics. Ruth opened her binder without ceremony and put it on the desk facing Dodd. He looked at it without touching it, the way someone looked at something they recognized and didn't want to be seen recognizing. "The WA transfer records," Ruth said. "September of last year and March of this year. The account numbers you provided me don't correspond to the HOA's established banking relationships." Dodd looked at the binder. "Ruth, I've addressed these concerns previously. The account structure was..." "The September transfer went to an account registered to Coastal Meridian Partners, LLC, Mike said. Dodd stopped talking. The silence that followed ran 4 seconds, which was long enough to be a different kind of silence than the silences in the conversation before it. "The development group you're negotiating with," Mike said. $40,000 from the HOA's operating account transferred to the group that's trying to buy the community, which makes the HOA's own money part of the transaction structure. Dodd's professional warmth was still there. It was a credit to his career that it was still there, because the warmth was the product of 20 years of professional conditioning, and 20 years of conditioning was harder to switch off than a single inconvenient moment. But underneath it, something had changed. The quality of attention, the slight forward lean that came from a man who'd been managing a situation and was now in a different kind of situation. "I'd like to call my attorney," Dodd said. "That's your right," Mike said. "Before you do, the March transfer. $35,000. That account number matches an account in Danny Cole's private investment fund." Dodd's hand was already on his phone. He set it back down. "Cole is in custody," Mike said. "As of this morning. The OFR has served an asset freeze on the fund and a subpoena on the domestic transfer accounts." He looked at Dodd steadily. "The account that received the March WA transfer is in that subpoena." "You're not law enforcement," Dodd said. "No," Mike said. "I'm a man sitting in your office with a retired law professor who's been documenting your decisions for 17 months, telling you things that the OFR investigator who filed the formal case this morning is going to know by end of day." He paused. "I came here before she did, because the information runs faster through informal channels than official ones, and the informal channel is giving you this conversation while you still have choices." Dodd looked at Ruth, who looked back at him with the patience of a woman who'd spent 50 years in rooms where people tried to talk their way around documents and had developed immunity to it. He looked at the credenza file labeled Development Partnership. "The arrangement with the development group," Mike said. "Coastal Meridian Partners. The Covenant Challenge. Kim's filing. The 5 counties." He looked at Dodd. This isn't a Martin County situation. This is a pattern that runs north and south along this coast, and the pattern has federal attention. Federal, Dodd said. The registered agents and shell entities connected to Coastal Meridian Partners share infrastructure with operations that have been under federal examination since this summer. Mike watched Dodd's face do its work. You built a real estate arrangement on a foundation that isn't stable, and the foundation is shifting. Dodd picked up his phone. I'm calling my attorney, he said. I'd ask you both to wait outside. We'll wait, Ruth said, closing the binder. She stood with the deliberateness of someone who'd been standing up at the end of hard conversations for 50 years. We'll be in the main room. They went to the main room. The coffee hour had ended 2 hours ago, and the space was quiet. A few residents in the corners with books or phones. The particular afternoon lull that retirement communities had when the morning's activities were done and the dinner hour hadn't started. Mike sat across from Ruth at a table by the window that looked at the boat dock and the intracoastal. He called his attorney, Ruth said. He'll call the development group contact next, Mike said. In that order. Attorney first for coverage, then the call he actually needs to make. What happens when he makes that call? Depends on who answers, Mike said. If the development group's principals are connected to what Carter's office is tracking, they may already know about coal. In which case, they're making decisions about Dodd's value to them before Dodd calls them. Ruth looked at the intracoastal. 12 years, she said. I've lived on this community's land for 12 years. I've watched it be exactly what it was designed to be. A place for people who finished working to live without having to fight for anything. She paused. Dodd chose this community deliberately. Because retired people have savings and don't have the daily bandwidth to watch for what he was doing. He chose wrong in your case, Mike said. He chose wrong in Sandra Lopez's case too, Ruth said. Sandra chose to pass information to me because her mother lives here. One person choosing to pay attention is usually enough if they know what to do with what they see. Mike looked at the dock where Tom Briggs's skiff sat in its slip, the same dock where Tom had told him about the Clear Conscience and Cole's early arrival time. His phone buzzed. Lisa. Domestic transfer account records came in from the Florida bank. The Strategic Development Reserve account, Cole's third operating account, received 2 deposits that don't match investor money. They match the amounts and dates of Dodd's WA transfers. Exact amounts, exact dates. The financial connection between Cole and Dodd is documented. He showed the text to Ruth, who read it and set the phone down on the table and looked at the intracoastal with the expression of a woman who'd been right about something for 17 months and had just received the confirmation. What happens now, she said. Lisa files an amended complaint, adding Dodd to the OFR investigation, Mike said, which connects the investment fraud and the development scheme formally and officially. He looked at the main room's entrance, at the corridor that led to Dodd's office. And Dodd makes his calls. They sat at the table by the intracoastal window for 22 minutes. The intracoastal went its blue-green way outside, a sailboat moving south under motor, a Pelican doing its work in the shallows near the community dock. At the 22-minute mark, Dodd came into the main room. He didn't come to their table. He stood at the room's entrance and looked at Mike and Ruth with the expression of a man who'd had 2 phone calls and had arrived at the position those calls had left him in. My attorney will be in contact with the OFR investigator, he said. I have nothing further to say today. He went back down the corridor. Ruth picked up her binder from the table. He's cooperating, she said. Or he's going to. That's a man who's been told his options. That's a man who's been told his options, Mike agreed. He texted Lisa. Dodd knows about the account connection. He's called his attorney and made at least one other call. Expect contact from his counsel today. Lisa's response came back fast. Already got it. His attorney called the OFR's legal office 12 minutes ago. They're discussing terms. Then Mike, the other call Dodd made. His phone records are in the emergency subpoena scope. We'll know who he called. Mike put the phone away and stood. Coffee, he said to Ruth. The community's is better than the diner's, apparently. Ruth looked at him. The community's coffee is mediocre. I've been complaining about it for 3 years. Then we'll get mediocre coffee, and you can tell me what needs to happen with the governing documents when Dodd's chairmanship ends. Ruth stood, the binder under her arm, the expression of a woman who'd been waiting for someone to ask that question since month 2 of Dodd's tenure. Section 7, paragraph 3, she said, walking toward the coffee setup. The succession provision. Phil Garrett becomes interim chair. Phil is not venal, as I've told you. Phil needs to be brought current on the situation before the community meeting, so that when he steps into the chair role, he's not doing it cold. Can you brief Phil today? I've been preparing to brief Phil for 17 months, Ruth said. I simply needed a reason to believe the briefing would produce an outcome. She poured coffee, looked at it, made the expression of a woman who'd been right about the coffee too. I have that reason now. Chapter 8. Sandra Lopez called at 7:30 the next morning while Mike was at the kitchen table with coffee and the binder tab he still hadn't fully worked through, the one covering the 5-county covenant challenge pattern and Kim's pro-hack vice applications that Jennings was pulling from court records. He answered and heard the specific, controlled quality of a woman speaking quietly from somewhere she didn't want to be overheard. Mr. Ramble. It's Sandra Lopez, Frank Dodd's assistant. Sandra. I need to tell you something before I come in today. Her voice dropped further. Last night, after Frank left the office, I went back in to lock up. His computer was still logged in. A pause. I know, I shouldn't have looked. But I looked. Tell me what you saw. An email chain, she said, between Frank and a man named Robert Kim. The subject line was Pelican Shores timeline. The most recent email was from yesterday afternoon. Frank wrote it after you left. She stopped. He told Kim that the OFR had filed a formal investigation and that the coal situation had become complicated. He asked Kim what the contingency was. What did Kim say? The chain ended there. Kim hadn't responded yet when I was looking. She paused. But there was an older email in the chain from about a week ago. Kim told Frank that the January 15th closing date was firm, that the development group had a hard commitment from its capital partner contingent on that date, and that any delay beyond January 15th would trigger a penalty clause that would void the transaction entirely. January 15th. The date Ruth's source, Sandra, had remembered 3 days ago. Firm. A hard capital commitment behind it. Sandra, Mike said. Did the email chain show who Kim's capital partner was? Any name, any entity? The email used the phrase, our institutional partner, she said. Nothing more specific than that. A pause. Mr. Ramble. My mother lives 2 streets from me, in this community. She's been here 9 years. She has nowhere else to go. I know, he said. What you've just told me matters. Stay in your normal routine today. Don't give Dodd any indication that you've seen anything. I can do that, she said. I've been doing it for 3 months. He ended the call and sat with the January 15th date and what it meant for the remaining calendar. 12 days. Jennings called at 9 with the pro-hack vice records. 5 counties, 5 covenant challenges, 5 pro-hack vice applications by Robert Kim, she said. I pulled the judge assignments on each one. Same judges for the application and the ruling. Different judges assigned the pro-hack vice applications. Those are routine administrative matters handled by whoever's on rotation. She paused. But the substantive rulings. The covenant challenge decisions. In 4 of the 5 counties, the judge who ruled was not the judge originally assigned to the case. The cases were reassigned. Each one was reassigned between filing and ruling in the same window, 2 to 3 weeks in. The reassignment orders are in the court records, all procedurally correct: illness, recusal, scheduling conflict. She stopped. The judges who received the reassigned cases all ruled within a week of receiving them. Who requested the reassignments? Mike said. The court's administrative office in each county. Which means either the reassignments were legitimate, and it's a coincidence that they produced fast rulings in every case, or someone in the administrative structure of those courts was steering cases toward judges who'd rule quickly. Court clerks, Mike said. Not the judges themselves. That's the more likely point of pressure, Jennings said. A clerk who facilitates a reassignment doesn't rule on anything. Their fingerprints aren't on the outcome. She paused. It's also significantly harder to prove than judicial corruption. A clerk who says they reassigned a case for scheduling reasons has a defensible position, even if the real reason was different. Who do I take this to? Mike said. Drummond, Jennings said. This pattern across 5 counties looks like organized manipulation of court process. That's federal territory. She paused. You could also give it to Carter. If the development group has the same network architecture as the operations Carter has been watching, court manipulation across multiple jurisdictions fits the pattern. I'll call Carter, Mike said. After I see the Stewart Executive Suite. The Executive Suite building on US 1 in Stewart had a parking lot that was 2/3 full at 10 a.m., the usual density of a building where small businesses and solo professionals maintained addresses for the appearance of permanence. Mike had been here before, in a different case, which was the specific quality of the Treasure Coast, places that appeared in multiple contexts, the same geography wearing different problems. The building manager's office was on the ground floor, near the entrance. A man named Gary Holt, 50s, with the efficient pleasantness of someone who'd rented office space to a wide range of people, and had developed opinions about which questions were worth asking and which weren't. Mike didn't use Lisa's credentials this time. He used the approach that didn't require credentials: the building manager's natural interest in the situation developing around 2 of his tenants. Danny Cole, Mike said. Suite 204. He was arrested yesterday morning. Gary Holt looked at him the way building managers looked at people who delivered news about their tenants. I heard something was happening. Saw the news. The suite is going to be subject to OFR examination, Mike said. That process will be formal and will involve official notice to you. He paused. I'm asking about something different. The suite next to Cole's. Coastal Meridian Partners. Holt looked at his screen. Suite 206. Still active. Paid through February. Holt looked at the screen a moment longer. The contact on that account hasn't been in the suite in about 2 weeks. Usually comes twice a week, morning hours. The contact. Is there a name? The account is corporate. Coastal Meridian Partners. He checked. Contact listed for suite access is R. Kim. Robert Kim. The attorney who'd filed 5 covenant challenges in 5 counties on a timeline that produced rulings in 3 weeks. Kim hasn't been in for 2 weeks, Mike said. Not that I've seen. The suite access logs, Holt hesitated. Those are normally private. Normally, Mike said. The OFR investigation connects Suite 206 to Suite 204. When the official process comes for 204, it'll come for 206 as well. He looked at Holt. I'm asking informally, because the official process moves at a specific pace, and I'm trying to understand whether the suite is still active. Holt looked at his screen for a moment. Last access to 206 was 11 days ago. 90-minute visit. Prior to that, twice weekly, as I said. 11 days ago. Around the time Cole's operation had presumably started feeling the pressure of Mike's presence at the coffee hour, which meant Kim had stopped coming to the suite around the same time the operation began its defensive posture. The shared billing, Mike said. You mentioned Cole and Coastal Meridian Partners were billed through the same service. Holt looked at his screen. I can see the payment processor. Both suites, 204 and 206, payments come from the same originating account. He paused. That's actually what I thought was odd when I reviewed it after Cole's arrest. Two separate tenants paying from the same account. That's not normal. What's the account name? Holt squinted at his screen. Shows as Waterway Holdings Management Services. He paused. Same name as the payment account for a vessel registered at the Hobe Sound Marina, near as I can tell from the news coverage. Waterway Holdings. The same entity that had registered the Clear Conscience. Cole's exit vehicle, his office address, and the development group's attorney's office address, all paid from the same account. The whole operation running through a single financial conduit. Gary, Mike said, I need you to hold the records on both suites exactly as they are. Don't allow access to either suite without official authorization. When the OFR contacts you, and they will contact you today, give them everything you've just told me. Of course, Holt said. That's standard procedure when law enforcement. The OFR will handle it correctly, Mike said. Thank you for your time. He went to the parking lot and called Lisa. Waterway Holdings Management Services, he said when she answered. It's the payment account for Cole's Stewart office suite and for Coastal Meridian Partners suite in the same building. Same account that registered the Clear Conscience. He paused. One account funding the investment fraud, the development scheme's attorney's office, and Cole's exit vessel. The line was quiet for 2 seconds. That's the hub, Lisa said. Everything runs through Waterway Holdings. Which means Waterway Holdings is the entity we need to trace to find who's actually running this. Give me the name, she said. I'll run it through everything I have. He gave it and listened to her type. Florida LLC, she said. Filed 14 months ago. Registered agent, she stopped typing. Mike. The registered agent address is in Wilmington, Delaware. Which building, he said. She read the address. It wasn't Foss's building. It wasn't the building that had housed the Atlantic Marine Holding Group connected to Reed's operation. It was a third building on a third street in Wilmington, Delaware, housing a third registered agent firm. 3 different buildings. 3 different firms. All in the same city, all performing the same function, all connected to operations that had run along the same Florida coastal geography across the same 2-year period. Carter, Mike said. Carter, Lisa agreed. He ended the call and dialed Carter's number. Carter answered in one ring. Waterway Holdings Management Services, Mike said. Florida LLC, Wilmington, Delaware registered agent, third building we found in that city serving the same function. This entity funds the coal investment operation, the Coastal Meridian Partners development scheme, and registered the motor vessel used as the exit vehicle. He paused. It's the hub of the current operation, the same way Mid-Atlantic Administrative Services was the hub of Foss's. Where are you? Carter said. Stewart. Building where Cole and Kim both had suites. Stay there, Carter said. I'm sending someone. That was the 3rd time in 6 months Carter had been on the other end of a call that ended with him sending someone, and Mike had developed enough of a sense of what Carter's someone meant to understand that staying in the parking lot of a Stewart executive suite building was about to become a more occupied experience. He called Ruth while he waited. Phil Garrett, he said. The interim chair. Have you talked to him yet? This morning, Ruth said. For 2 hours. Phil is, as I said, not venal. He's also considerably more upset than I anticipated, which I should not have found surprising given that he has 3 grandchildren who spend school holidays here. She paused. He wants to call the community meeting. Not yet, Mike said. The OFR investigation needs another day to get Dodd's situation formally documented before we bring it to the community. If we hold the meeting before the documentation is in place, Dodd's attorneys can argue the meeting was prejudicial. How long? 2 days. 3 at most. He thought about January 15th. 12 days. We have time if we use it correctly. Phil agrees to wait, Ruth said. He's been managing his own impulse to call Dodd and say things that would cost us the legal position. She paused. He's been sitting on it for 40 minutes. He may not make it 2 more days. Tell Phil I'll come by this afternoon and walk him through exactly what happens at the community meeting and why the sequence matters, Mike said. Give him the thing to wait for. That will help, she said. Phil responds well to process. He was a school principal for 30 years. Process is what he knows. A black SUV pulled into the parking lot at 11:20. The man who got out was not Carter. Younger, early 30s, with the specific build and specific haircut of federal fieldwork, carrying a laptop bag that was doing the work of looking like a laptop bag. He walked directly to Mike's truck. Ramble, he said. Yes. Agent Denny. Carter sent me. He looked at the building. The Waterway Holdings account. Can I see what the building manager showed you? He'll show you directly, Mike said. Gary Holt, ground floor office. Tell him the OFR sent you. I'm not OFR. Gary Holt doesn't need to know that, Mike said. He just needs to show someone official the records. Denny looked at him with the expression of a man deciding whether to push back on this instruction. He decided not to. He went inside. Mike sat in his truck and thought about 3 Wilmington buildings housing 3 registered agent firms serving 3 separate sets of operations, all running along the same Florida coast, all pointing at the same waterfront geography. Not one architect. Not Foss, whose cooperation agreement had covered his operations. Not Reed, whose operations were exposed. Someone else, building the same kind of administrative infrastructure Foss had built, using the same template, serving the same ultimate purpose. The same purpose. The same waterfront. The same infrastructure investment project as the underlying value driver. He called Carter back. The Congressional Infrastructure Project, Mike said. The Deepwater Channel expansion. It's still moving through appropriations. Still moving, Carter confirmed. The Pelican Shores development. Coastal Meridian Partners. They're buying a coastal parcel with intracoastal access in the southern Martin County corridor. He paused. Which is in the expansion's projected footprint. I'm aware of that, Carter said, which was Carter's way of saying he'd been aware of it since before Mike called. The Waterway Holdings account, Mike said. Denny is looking at the building manager's records now. But the entity that controls Waterway Holdings, whoever sits above it in the structure, is the person who's continued running this operation after Johnson's case, after Reed's arrest, after Harmon's cooperation agreement. Yes, Carter said. You know who it is. A pause that ran longer than Carter's pauses usually ran. We have a strong hypothesis, Carter said. We don't have the documentation to act on it. What do you need? The Waterway Holdings control structure. The entity that owns or controls Waterway Holdings, which is the entity that funded Cole, Kim, and the exit vessel. If we can document the control chain from Waterway Holdings up to whoever sits at the top, we have the documentation. He paused. Denny is going to give the building manager records to our financial analysis team. The team will pull the Cayman Islands account structure on Waterway Holdings. We have a treaty mechanism that moves faster than the OFR's international process. How fast? 48 hours, Carter said. Maybe 24, if it's what I think it is. January 15th is 12 days, Mike said. The development deal closes on that date, or voids. The capital partner has a hard commitment tied to it. I know about January 15th, Carter said. You've been watching this longer than I have, Mike said. Yes. Then tell me what you need from the ground level that you don't have from the intelligence level. Carter considered that. The capital partner, he said. Coastal Meridian Partners institutional partner, as Kim described it in the email Sandra Lopez read. If you can identify that entity through the ground level work, through the WA records, through Kim's filings, through anything Dodd's cooperation produces, that gives us a parallel confirmation of what the treaty mechanism produces. Dodd's cooperation, Mike said. Is it moving? His attorney called the OFR this morning. Lisa Chen told me. The OFR's position is that Dodd's cooperation on the capital partner's identity is worth a significant reduction in his personal exposure. Carter paused. Dodd knows who the capital partner is. He's been negotiating with them for 8 months. He'll give them up. He'll give them up when his attorney convinces him that giving them up is better than not giving them up, Carter said. That conversation is happening now. Denny came back out of the building, carrying a folder of documents Gary Holt had apparently been willing to produce, which confirmed that Gary Holt was the kind of building manager who understood that cooperating with people who looked official was the path of least resistance, regardless of which specific agency they represented. Denny got in the SUV and drove away without acknowledging Mike, which was the correct behavior for someone who'd been sent to collect a specific thing and had collected it. Mike started his truck. He drove to Pelican Shores and found Phil Garrett in the community's administrative wing, sitting in the chair outside Dodd's closed office door with the expression of a man who'd been told to wait for a meeting and was finding the waiting difficult. Phil Garrett was 66, the former school principal Ruth had described. Built for sitting behind a desk rather than behind a wheel, with silver hair and reading glasses, and the fundamental decency of someone who'd spent 30 years mediating between parents and teachers and had developed an accurate read of situations involving competing interests. He looked up when Mike sat in the adjacent chair. Ruth said you were coming, Phil said. She did, Mike said. Phil, let me tell you what happens in the next 2 weeks. Phil Garrett was a man who responded well to process. Mike gave him the process. The OFR investigation, Dodd's cooperation, the community meeting, the WA election challenge, the election irregularity documentation, the succession provision, the sequence of events that would end with Phil Garrett sitting in the chair rather than sitting outside it. Phil listened the way good school principals listened, completely without interjecting, and with a follow-up question that showed he'd understood what he'd heard. The January 15th date, Phil said. The development deal. Voids if not completed, Mike said. We're 12 days out. The OFR investigation freezes the financial infrastructure that was funding the deal's arrangement. Dodd's cooperation removes the internal mechanism that was facilitating the sale. The capital partner, whoever that is, loses the deal when the mechanism collapses. And the community stays. The community stays, Mike said. Phil looked at the closed office door. Frank Dodd, Phil said, told me 6 months ago that the community's future depended on adapting to changing market conditions. He used those exact words. I thought it was the kind of thing a board chairman said to sound forward-thinking. He paused. It was a sales pitch. It was preparation, Mike said. Getting you used to the language of change before the change arrived. I feel like a fool, Phil said. He was good at it, Mike said. 20 years of practice. Phil straightened in the chair, the posture adjustment of someone organizing themselves for the next thing rather than the last one. The community meeting, he said. When I call it, under Section 7, Paragraph 3, as interim chair, I want it to be right. I want the process to be unimpeachable. Ruth will make sure it's unimpeachable, Mike said. Ruth has been trying to make things unimpeachable for 17 months, Phil said. I should have listened to her sooner. A lot of people should have listened to Ruth sooner, Mike said. She's used to it. His phone buzzed. Lisa. Dodd's attorney called. He'll give us the capital partner's identity in exchange for a cooperation agreement. He's asking for immunity on the transfer scheme. OFR is reviewing. He showed it to Phil, who read it with the expression of a man who'd spent his career with young people and found that adults were often harder to manage. It's moving, Mike said. Is it going to work? Phil said. Mike thought about what Carter had said. About a strong hypothesis waiting for documentation. About a treaty mechanism that moved faster than the OFR's international process. About 12 days and a hard commitment that voids on January 15th. It's going to work, he said, meaning it the way he'd meant it when he said it to Roy Simmons in the Pelican bar, which was based on the weight of what was already in motion rather than on any specific guarantee about outcomes. Phil nodded, the nod of a man who decided to believe something because the alternative was worse. The door to Dodd's office opened. Dodd came out, his attorney behind him, and looked at Mike in the chair outside his office with the specific expression of a man who'd been on 2 phone calls and knew exactly what the man in the chair knew. Mr. Ramble, Dodd said. The professional warmth was gone. What replaced it was something more honest if less pleasant, the neutral face of a man who'd stopped performing. I have nothing more to say to you directly. That's fine, Mike said. I have everything I came for. Dodd looked at Phil Garrett in the adjacent chair, and something in his expression shifted again, the recognition of what it meant that Phil Garrett was sitting outside his office in the middle of a working day. He went back inside and closed the door. Phil looked at Mike. 2 days, Mike said. Then we call the meeting. Chapter 9. Cole's attorney called Lisa Chen at 8:15 Thursday morning, and the conversation ran 11 minutes, which Lisa reported to Mike at 8:26 with the efficiency of someone who'd been awake since before the call and had been waiting to relay it. He wants to deal, she said. The Cayman account structure. Cole's attorneys apparently have a clearer picture of the federal investigation's reach than Cole himself did when they took the case. Something changed their assessment overnight. Carter's treaty mechanism, Mike said. The Cayman account trace. If it came back faster than 48 hours. It came back in 18, she said. Carter called me at 6 a.m. I was going to call you at 7, but the attorney beat me to it. She paused. The Waterway Holdings control structure. Above Waterway Holdings is an entity called Meridian Atlantic Capital Partners. Above that is a private equity vehicle registered in the Cayman Islands. The vehicle's general partner is listed as a management company called Continental Bridge Advisors, incorporated in the British Virgin Islands. And above Continental Bridge. Continental Bridge's directors are nominee positions, she said. But the beneficial ownership disclosure, which the BVI requires for entities above a certain size, shows a single individual as the controlling beneficial owner. Mike waited. The name is Gerald Marsh, she said. Not Glenn Marsh, the political consultant from Book 3. Different person. Gerald Marsh, 64 years old, a former managing director at a private equity firm in New York, who left that firm 9 years ago and has been operating through a series of offshore vehicles since. She paused. Carter's office has been watching Marsh for 22 months. He's the person above Harmon. Above Reed. The one who was using Foss's infrastructure independently. The one who's been continuing to build operations along the Florida coast after every layer below him was disrupted. He's the top of the machine, Mike said. He's the top of this machine, Lisa said. Carter was careful about that distinction. There may be other machines. Mike was at the kitchen table, the binder closed in front of him, the December morning doing its thing outside the window. He looked at the binder. Gerald Marsh, 64. Former private equity. Offshore vehicles. 22 months of DIA attention. What does Carter do with this? Mike said. Carter filed for an international arrest warrant at 3 a.m., she said. Marsh has known addresses in the Cayman Islands, London, and a property in Palm Beach County. She stopped. The Palm Beach address is active. Carter's team confirmed occupancy yesterday. He's been here, Mike said, watching the Florida operations from 40 miles south. Apparently. Lisa's voice had the specific quality of someone managing the distance between the professional satisfaction of a case advancing and the specific discomfort of realizing how close the architect had been all along. The Cayman account trace connected Marsh to the coal operation, the Reed operation, the Johnson Network's later phases, and 2 additional operations in Virginia and Georgia that we didn't know about. She paused. This is significantly larger than Pelican Shores. Pelican Shores is still the case in front of me, Mike said. I know, she said. Cole's attorney. He's offering the Waterway Holdings financial records, the full capital flow documentation from Cole's fund to Dodd's arrangement, and a formal statement connecting Cole's role to Marsh's direction. She paused. In exchange for reduced charges and no federal referral on the arms export connection. Cole knew about Reed's operation, Mike said. Cole facilitated some of the financial routing for Reed's operation, Lisa said. That's what came out of the Cayman trace. Waterway Holdings was a pass-through for both operations. She paused. Cole's exposure on the arms trafficking connection is what's driving the cooperation offer. His attorneys understand that the alternative is a charge profile that includes federal weapons export facilitation, which is a significantly different sentencing situation than investment fraud. Accept it, Mike said. Get everything Cole has on Marsh. The OFR doesn't control the federal negotiation, she said. But I've already communicated the same thing to Carter. She paused. Carter's response was that the federal negotiation is above OFR's lane, which is his way of saying he's already handling it. Mike stood and went to the window. The December morning was clear, in the way December mornings on the Treasure Coast were clear, when a cold front had pushed through overnight and left the air scrubbed of everything that usually softened it. The distance looked different on mornings like this, sharper, the tree line to the west visible in detail rather than as a general green mass. Lisa, he said. The investors. George Webb, Tom Briggs, Margaret, the others. What happens to their money? Cole's domestic accounts are frozen, she said. The Cayman fund structure is now subject to the BVI beneficial ownership disclosure process and the treaty mechanism. The money is there. The fund's actual underlying instruments are performing, which is the specific detail that makes this fraud different from a standard Ponzi. She paused. Recovery timeline is months, not years. The fund actually holds what it claims to hold. Cole's fraud was in the representation, not in the vanishing of the money itself. George gets his $60,000 back. George gets his $60,000 back, probably with some of the returns, less legal and administrative costs. She paused. Tom Briggs gets his $80,000 back. All 7 investors recover, minus some percentage for the process. Another pause. This is not the outcome in the previous 3 communities. Because we caught it while the fund was still running, Mike said. Because we caught it while the fund was still running, she confirmed. He ended the call and drove to Tucker's marina. Not because anything required him to be at the marina, but because the marina was the right place to think. And the dock with its inlet view and its pelicans on the channel marker, and Earl, moving around the fuel dock with his coffee, had a quality that the kitchen table didn't, which was the quality of a place that had been doing the same thing for a long time and intended to keep doing it. Earl was at the fuel dock when Mike pulled in. He looked at Mike, looked at the truck, and made the sound that meant he'd been expecting the truck. "George Webb called me this morning," Earl said. "He wanted to know what was happening." "His money's coming back," Mike said. "Months, not years. The fund actually holds what it claims to hold." Earl absorbed this with the equanimity he applied to good news that arrived after stress, which was different from equanimity applied to good news in general, more considered, more grounded. "I'll call him this afternoon." "Tell him to call his wife first," Mike said. "Margaret should hear it before anyone else calls." "Margaret," Earl said. "She's been his weather since 1978. She'll be fine once the weather's fine." Mike sat on the dock box beside the fuel pump, the inlet doing its December thing in front of him, and thought about Gerald Marsh in a Palm Beach property 40 miles south, watching the Florida coast the way a man watched something he'd been building for years and intended to keep building. Marsh had insulated himself with layers that had taken Carter's office 22 months to work through. Foss's administrative infrastructure, Harmon's operational layer, Reed's contracting, Cole's fraud mechanism, Dodd's WA facilitation. 5 layers between Marsh and any direct connection to what was happening in any specific community. The layers were what made him survivable through multiple exposures. When the Sandpiper operation fell, Marsh still had Palmetto Row. When Palmetto Row fell, he still had the tournament circuit. When Reed went down, he moved to Cole and Dodd. Each operation was designed to be severable, to collapse without taking anything above it. Except the Cayman account structure. The Cayman account connected everything. It was the single point of financial control that Marsh hadn't distributed across multiple vehicles, probably because distributing it would have required trusting more people with the beneficial ownership information than he was willing to trust. That centralization was what Carter's treaty mechanism had found in 18 hours. "Earl," Mike said, "did George say anything about the community meeting? Pelican Shores?" "He said there was talk of one," Earl said. "Some kind of board situation." "Phil Garrett is calling it tomorrow night," Mike said. "He'll announce it today." He paused. "George should be there." "George will be there if I tell him to be," Earl said. "George trusts my judgment on things that involve this kind of situation, partly because of our history, and partly because I told him to trust you, and it turned out to be correct." "Tell him to bring Margaret," Mike said. "She's earned the room." Earl looked at the inlet. Dodd. "Cooperating with the OFR. His attorney is working out the terms." Mike looked at the channel marker, where a pelican was performing the specific, slow negotiation with gravity that pelicans performed when they had somewhere to land and weren't entirely committed to landing yet. The development deal voids on January 15th. Dodd's cooperation removes the mechanism that was keeping it alive. Without Dodd inside the WA facilitating the transaction, Coastal Meridian Partners can't complete the purchase. "The community stays," Earl said. "The community stays." Earl drank his coffee. "Gerald Marsh," he said. Mike looked at him. "You didn't say the name," Earl said. "But you've got the look of a man who found the thing he was looking for, and found out it was bigger than the thing he was looking for." "Carter's office found it," Mike said. "Through an international treaty mechanism and 18 hours of financial analysis." "But you pointed them at it." "I found Cole's boat," Mike said. Cole's boat led to Waterway Holdings. Waterway Holdings led to the Cayman structure. Carter's team did the rest. That's a modest description of what happened. It's an accurate one. Earl finished his coffee and set the mug on the fuel pump housing with the care of a man who placed things where they belonged. "The man at the top," Earl said. "What happens to him?" "International arrest warrant," Mike said. Carter filed at 3 a.m. Marsh's Palm Beach property is under surveillance. He doesn't know the warrant exists yet. The treaty mechanism is confidential until service. When does he find out? When someone knocks on his door, Mike said. Carter said today or tomorrow, depending on the legal coordination with the Palm Beach County Sheriff and the federal marshals. Earl looked at the inlet. You going to be there when they knock? No, Mike said. That's not mine to be at. Earl nodded once. Different from the Grove situation. Different from the Marina situation with Donnie. Different because there's nothing I can contribute that Carter's team can't contribute better, Mike said. I found the thread. Following it to Marsh's door is their job. You're good at knowing the difference, Earl said, between your part and someone else's part. I've had practice, Mike said. His phone rang. Not Carter, not Lisa, not Jennings. Ruth Nakamura. He answered. Phil Garrett just posted the community meeting notice, Ruth said. 7 p.m. tomorrow. The clubhouse main room. A pause. He put it on the community's digital bulletin board and had Sandra Lopez hand-deliver printed notices to every unit. She paused again. Frank Dodd received his copy 10 minutes ago. He called Phil immediately. What did Phil say? Phil said the meeting was properly convened under Section 7, Paragraph 3 of the governing documents, that the interim chair had full authority to call the meeting, and that Dodd was welcome to attend as a resident of the community. She paused. Phil said it with the specific tone of a former school principal who has had enough and is done managing the situation around a person who needs to be managed. Good, Mike said. Dodd called his attorney next, Ruth said. I know this because Sandra was in the outer office and could hear him through the door. She paused. The attorney apparently told him that attending the meeting was his right, but that nothing he said in that meeting could be protected by attorney-client privilege. Which means his attorney told him to say nothing, Mike said. Which is what his attorney would tell him, Ruth confirmed. Dodd has nothing useful to say to 800 residents at this point. Everything useful he has to say is going through his attorney to the OFR. He'll attend, Mike said. He'll sit in the room and say nothing, and it will be the correct decision, and it will cost him more than he expects, because sitting in a room full of people you've been lying to and saying nothing is its own form of consequence. Ruth was quiet for a moment. Mr. Ramble, she said. The election challenge. The challenge to Dodd's original chairmanship election. I'm filing it this afternoon with the county's WA dispute office, which triggers a formal review process that validates Phil's interim authority. She paused. I've had that filing ready for 14 months. I was waiting for the right moment. File it, Mike said. I'm filing it at noon, she said. After I've had a second cup of coffee, because significant actions deserve a moment's consideration, even when the consideration has already happened. She hung up. Mike put the phone in his pocket and looked at the inlet and the Pelican that had finally resolved its negotiation with gravity and landed on the channel marker with the specific authority of something that had made a decision. He spent the afternoon doing the work that the previous week had displaced, which was the practical maintenance of a life that continued running regardless of what investigations were happening inside it. He returned 3 calls from Earl about dock maintenance scheduling. He drove to the hardware store for marine sealant, the same tube he'd been meaning to buy for 2 weeks. He ate lunch at a place on Indian River Drive that made grouper sandwiches without ceremony and served them without explanation, which was the correct approach. At 2:15, Carter called. The Palm Beach property, Carter said. Marsh isn't there. Mike stopped walking to his truck. He left when, Mike said. The surveillance team established that he hasn't been at the property since Tuesday, Carter said. The property is occupied, staff, but Marsh himself hasn't been present since approximately the time Cole was arrested. He moved when Cole went down, Mike said. He monitors his operations in real time, Carter said. Cole's arrest Wednesday morning triggered a response. By Wednesday afternoon, Marsh had left the Palm Beach property. A pause. We believe he's on a vessel. The Intracoastal, Mike said. Or offshore. We have the Coast Guard running a vessel search matching his known assets. He has 3 boats registered through various offshore entities. Carter paused. This doesn't change the warrant. It changes the service timeline. He's running the same exit his contractors ran, Mike said. Cole used a boat. Reed used the road, but had a vessel connection. Marsh uses a boat. It's a consistent operational preference across his network, Carter said. Water doesn't have license plate readers or facial recognition cameras. But it has harbor masters and dock masters and people who've been watching the same water for 30 years, Mike said. Carter was quiet for a moment. I know you have those relationships, he said. If you wanted to make calls. Tell me the vessel description, Mike said. 62-foot sport fisher. Dark blue hull. Named institutional. Which is either a financial industry joke or a very confident man's idea of a joke. Carter paused. Last confirmed location was the Palm Beach Inlet, Tuesday evening. Palm Beach Inlet to the north, Mike said. If he's running the intracoastal rather than offshore, he's been moving at around 8 to 10 knots. 2 days of running puts him somewhere between here and Vero Beach. That's the range we're working with, Carter said. Mike called Bobby Nash. Bobby answered in one ring. Already on the water, Bobby said before Mike said anything. Earl called me 20 minutes ago. I'm running north from Hobe Sound. Earl Tucker, who'd been on this waterfront for 50 years and who'd heard enough of the Carter call, or had drawn enough from Mike's face to have made a call Mike hadn't asked him to make. Dark blue 62-foot sport fisher, Mike said. Named institutional. Operating somewhere between Palm Beach and Vero Beach on the intracoastal. I know every inch of that waterway, Bobby said. Give me 2 hours. Call me the moment you have eyes on it, Mike said. Don't approach. Don't make contact. Just location. I know the drill, Bobby said, which was true, and which was the product of several months of Bobby Nash understanding that there was a specific kind of usefulness he provided that no federal investigative team could replicate regardless of its resources. Mike called Carter back. Bobby Nash is running north from Hobe Sound, he said. He knows the intracoastal better than anyone between here and Vero Beach. If the institutional is in that waterway, he'll find it. I can have Coast Guard assets in position within 30 minutes of a location, Carter said. Then be ready, Mike said. He drove back to the marina. Earl was still at the fuel dock, which was where Earl was when things were happening, because Earl Tucker's fuel dock was the center of gravity for the working waterfront in Colusa Cay and had been for 50 years. Bobby's running north, Earl said when Mike pulled in. I know, Mike said. You called him before I did. I called him when Carter called you, Earl said. I could see from across the dock that whatever Carter was saying required Bobby on the water. You were 50 feet away. 50 feet is close enough to read a conversation, Earl said. I've been reading conversations from a distance for 30 years. You learn. Mike leaned against the fuel pump housing and looked at the inlet. If Marsh gets offshore, he's harder to find, Mike said. If he stays on the intracoastal, Bobby finds him. If he goes through an inlet to the ocean, the Coast Guard has a longer search area. The intracoastal's faster for a man who's running cautiously, Earl said. Ocean running at night in December in a 62-foot sport fisher is manageable, but it's not invisible. The intracoastal at night is invisible. He's been running at night, Mike said. Running at night from Palm Beach to wherever he's going, Earl confirmed. At 8 to 10 knots, 2 nights of running puts him here or just past here. He looked at the inlet. If he anchored during the days, he'd be sitting somewhere on a hook between here and Vero Beach right now, Mike said. Earl looked at the afternoon light on the water. Anchored in the daytime, Earl said. Moving at night. Man who knows the waterway does that to be unseen. Man who doesn't know it does it, because someone who does told him to. Marsh is a financier, Mike said. He's been operating through Florida for 2 years, but he's not a waterman. He has someone running the boat. A captain, Earl said. A hired captain who knows the waterway and has been told to keep the boat moving north and to anchor in daylight. Earl looked at the inlet with the expression he used when he was calculating something. Anchored in daylight, Earl said. Between Palm Beach and Vero Beach. That's a stretch of intracoastal with maybe 8 or 10 good holding spots that a hired captain would choose. Places deep enough for a 62-foot draft, protected enough to sit comfortable, out of the main traffic lane. He looked at Mike. Bobby knows all 8 of them. Mike's phone rang at 4:47. Bobby Nash. St. Lucie Inlet approach, Bobby said. South side, anchored in 6 feet behind the mangrove point. Dark blue sport fisher, 62 feet. Name on the transom is institutional. A pause. 2 people, visible on deck. One's moving around, doing boat things. The other one's sitting in the cockpit, not doing boat things. The one sitting, Mike said. Description. Older. 60s. Sitting in the fighting chair, looking at a phone. A pause. Mike. He's not in a hurry. He's got a drink. Bobby. Get out of visual range. Don't let them see you've seen them. Already past them, Bobby said. I ran by at fishing speed, looking at the water the way you look at the water when you're fishing. Nobody on that boat gave me a second look. Stay clear and call me if they move. He called Carter. St. Lucie Inlet approach, he said. South side, anchored behind the mangrove point. Dark blue 62-foot sport fisher, institutional on the transom. 2 people aboard. One is consistent with Marsh's description. Carter said 3 words, don't go near it. I'm at Tucker's Marina, Mike said. Stay there, Carter said. 38 minutes later, a Coast Guard response boat and 2 federal marshal vehicles appeared at the St. Lucie Inlet approach from 2 directions, the Coast Guard from the water and the marshals from the inlet access road that ran along the south bank. Bobby Nash, who had positioned himself 200 yards north in what appeared to be a serious engagement with the question of whether redfish were running under the mangroves, watched the whole thing and called Mike with a running account that was more detailed and more accurate than anything the official after-action report would contain. Marshals at the dock at 5:23, Bobby said. Coast Guard alongside at 5:24. The man in the cockpit stood up when he heard the Coast Guard engines. A pause. He didn't run. He put his drink down and stood up and waited. Bobby was quiet for a moment. Mike, he looked like a man who'd known this was coming for a while and had decided that having a drink while he waited was the reasonable response. Did he resist? He put his hands up when they told him to. Cooperated with the boarding. The captain, the other man, he didn't resist either. A pause. They're off the boat now. The marshals have them in the vehicles. Another pause. It's over. It's over, Mike confirmed. You going to tell me who that was? Bobby said. Carter's office will put out a statement, Mike said. You'll see it. The statement won't tell me how a man who's been running the whole operation ended up sitting in a fighting chair drinking something while the Coast Guard found him. Sometimes, Mike said, a man runs out of places to run to and decides a drink while he waits is the reasonable response. That's a philosophical observation, Bobby said. It's the only one I've got. Bobby hung up, presumably to go back to the question of the red fish, which had not been resolved by the interruption. Mike stood at Earl's fuel dock with the December afternoon going toward evening, the light changing the way it changed on short December days, and called Carter. "Bobby said it went clean," Mike said. "It went clean," Carter confirmed. "Marsh is in federal custody. The captain is being processed separately." A pause that had a different quality than Carter's usual pauses, something in it that was closer to human than operational. "This is the thing I've been working toward for 22 months, Mike. I want you to know that." "I know it," Mike said. "The community meeting tomorrow night," Carter said. "The Pelican Shores situation. That's not my case. That's Lisa Chen and the OFR and Jennings and ultimately the people who live there." He paused. "I want that to go right too." "It'll go right," Mike said. He ended the call. Earl was looking at him from the fuel dock with the expression of a man who'd heard enough to know what had happened and didn't need the details because the details were available, and the important part wasn't the details. "Done," Earl said. "The federal part is done," Mike said. "Tomorrow night is the part that matters to the people it actually matters to." Earl picked up his coffee mug, which had been sitting on the fuel pump housing for the last hour and was definitively cold. "George Webb is coming tomorrow night," Earl said. "I called him." "Good. Margaret too." "Better," Mike said. The Pelican on the channel marker lifted off without particular urgency and flew south along the inlet, wings working the air with the economy of something that had been doing this its entire life and had no reason to do it differently now. Chapter 10. Tom Briggs called at 6 a.m., which was earlier than Tom had ever called, and the quality of his voice told Mike what kind of call it was before Tom said anything. "Someone was in my garage last night," Tom said. "I heard them at about 2 in the morning. I went out with a flashlight, and they were gone, but my skiff's bilge plug is pulled and sitting on the dock, and my truck's left front tire is flat." Mike was out of bed before Tom finished the sentence. "You see anyone?" Mike said. "Shadow. Running south, along the canal bank. Big man moving fast for his size. Don't touch anything. Don't call the sheriff yet. I am coming." He dressed and was in the truck in 4 minutes, the December pre-dawn doing its dark and cold thing around the residential streets of Colusa Cay, and drove south toward Pelican Shores with the particular focus of someone who'd been waiting for a specific thing to happen and was now in the specific thing. Park. Cole was in custody. Marsh was in custody. The operation's financial infrastructure was frozen and documented. Park was the loose end, the hired professional whose employer was now in a federal holding facility and who had therefore become an independent variable doing whatever independent variables did when their paychecks stopped. The answer, apparently, was sabotage as a message. The skiff's bilge plug and the flat tire were not the acts of a man trying to cause serious harm. They were the acts of a man communicating capability. "I can get to you, and I did get to you, and you should understand what that means." Mike understood what it meant. It meant Park was either running his own play now, or someone above Park, who wasn't yet in custody, had given him an instruction. He called Jennings from the truck. "Park's been at Tom Briggs's property," he said. "Garage entry, skiff disabled, vehicle tire flattened. 2 a.m. "Surveillance?" Jennings said. She was awake, which meant she'd already been awake. "Nothing formal on Tom's property. I told him to sit tight." He drove. Park's a licensed PI with his own database access and presumably his own judgment about what to do when his principal gets arrested. He either has a new instruction from somewhere above Cole or he's freelancing. Freelancing in that direction usually means someone's paying him to freelance, Jennings said. "Marsh is in custody as of yesterday evening," Mike said. "If Marsh gave Park a contingency instruction before he was picked up." "The timing fits," Jennings said. "Marsh was moving on the institutional from Tuesday." He had time to make calls before the Coast Guard boarded. She paused. What's Park's objective? If it's just intimidation. Tom Briggs has given a formal statement to the OFR, Mike said. Tom is the investor testimony that most directly documents the verbal misrepresentation. Without Tom's statement about the 12% conservative claim, the misrepresentation case is considerably weaker. He paused. Park isn't trying to scare Tom. Park is trying to make Tom reconsider his participation. Or he's setting up to do something more direct, and this was the preliminary, Jennings said. Which is why I'm driving to Tom's house at 6 in the morning, Mike said. I'll have a deputy on the street in 20 minutes, she said. Make it unmarked, Mike said. A marked car tells Park his move was noticed and he adjusts. An unmarked car is just a car. Unmarked, she confirmed. Tom Briggs lived in a single-story concrete blockhouse on the community's south end, the canal running behind it, the boat dock extending into the water. Tom was on the dock when Mike arrived, flashlight in hand, looking at the pulled bilge plug sitting on the dock boards with the expression of a man who'd been expecting trouble and was angry that the trouble had been this specific. Mike parked and walked the property's perimeter before he got to Tom, the old habit of reading a space before entering it, the December dark still complete enough to make the flashlight useful. The garage door had been forced, not broken, pried, the kind of entry that took 30 seconds with the right tool and left marks on the doorframe that were visible under the flashlight beam. Inside, nothing obviously missing. Tom's tools on their pegboard, his spare parts on the shelves, his truck sitting with the flat front left tire exactly as Tom had described. The flat was professional. Not a slash, a valve stem removed, air let out slowly, the valve stem left on the garage floor beside the tire. Quiet. Controlled. Someone who knew how to do damage without noise. Mike came out of the garage and walked the canal bank south from the dock, the flashlight low, reading the ground. The bank was muddy at the waterline, soft enough to hold impressions. He found boot prints, large, deep, the weight distribution of a heavy man moving fast, running south along the bank toward the community's maintenance access road. He followed them 40 yards to where the bank hardened, and the prints disappeared. Stood there, and looked south along the canal, toward the maintenance road, and beyond it the community's perimeter fence and the residential street on the other side. A vehicle had been there. The grass at the canal bank's edge showed tire compression, fresh, the kind that came from a vehicle idling rather than parked, someone who'd kept the engine running. Park hadn't been alone. He went back to Tom. Two of them, Mike said. Park and a driver. They came in from the maintenance road side, not through the community's main entrance. Tom looked at the dock, at the pulled bilge plug, at the truck with its flat tire visible through the open garage door. His jaw was set in the way it had been set at the boat dock when Mike had first talked to him, contained fury, organized rather than scattered. What's the point of this? Tom said. You're the strongest investor testimony in the OFR case, Mike said. Your statement documents a specific verbal representation that directly contradicts the disclosure documents. Without it, the misrepresentation case is technically arguable. He looked at Tom. Someone wants you to decide this isn't worth it. My skiff, Tom said. I've had that skiff for 14 years. The plug's right there on the dock, Mike said. Plug it back in. The skiff's fine. Tom looked at the plug. Someone came into my home's property at 2 in the morning, he said, to pull a bilge plug and flatten a tire. Yes. To scare me out of testifying about what Danny Cole told me. Yes. Tom picked up the bilge plug from the dock boards and held it in his hand. He was 66 and built from 30 years of job sites, and his hands were the hands of someone who'd been doing physical work since he was young. And the specific quality of his stillness right now was the stillness of a man deciding between two responses, both of which were available to him. My statement stands, Tom said. Good, Mike said. I'd like to find the man who did this. I'm working on that, Mike said. Tom plugged the bilge back in, which was the kinetic version of a decision made, and went inside to make coffee, which he brought back in 2 mugs without asking whether Mike wanted one, because Tom Briggs was the kind of man who assumed that other people's practical needs were manageable even when his own situation was complicated. They drank coffee on the dock while the December dark moved toward gray, and the canal reflected the shift. 40 yards south, the maintenance road was invisible in the dark. Mike's phone buzzed. Unknown number, Florida prefix, different from any number he had saved. He answered. "Ramble," Park said. The voice was the same voice from the parking lot, controlled, professional, the pleasant flatness of someone who'd learned to keep register neutral regardless of content. "Park," Mike said. "You found the property," Park said. "Fast." "Tom called me." "Briggs is stubborn," Park said. "I respect stubborn. It's not useful to him right now." "His statement stays," Mike said. "You should know that." "I know that," Park said. "The statement's not the point anymore. The point has changed." A pause. "My employer is in federal custody. My contract's void when the employer is in federal custody. That's the terms." "What do you want, Park?" "To finish this cleanly," Park said. "Marsh is in custody. Cole is in custody. I'm a licensed PI with a clean record, and I've been doing security work. I haven't broken any law I can't defend." A pause. "Except for last night." "Last night was an error in judgment." "An error in judgment that came with a driver," Mike said. Silence for 2 seconds. "I want to walk away from this without consequences." "You want to walk away," Mike said, "after entering a man's property at 2 a.m. and damaging his vehicle and his boat." "After a moment of poor judgment," Park said, "which I'll make right. The tire, the skiff, I'll pay for any damage." "There's no damage to the skiff," Mike said. "The bilge plug was on the dock." "Then just the tire," Park said. "I'll make it right." Mike looked at the canal, at the gray light coming up over it, at Tom Briggs standing at the dock's edge with his coffee mug. "Why did you call me?" Mike said. "Not Tom directly." "Me." "Because you're the person who determines what happens next," Park said. "Tom calls the sheriff. It becomes a record. My license is at risk regardless of how defensible the rest of my work is. You're the one who decides whether Tom calls the sheriff." "I don't decide what Tom does," Mike said. "You have influence," Park said. "I've been watching you work for 2 weeks. You have influence." Mike looked at Tom. Tom was looking at the canal, not at Mike, giving Mike the conversation's privacy without making a show of giving it. "Where are you right now?" Mike said. "Close," Park said. "Come to the dock," Mike said. "Tom's dock. Come and say what you just said to Tom, directly." A pause. "That's not." "You want to walk away clean," Mike said. "Saying it to Tom directly is what clean looks like. Not through me. To the man whose property you were on." The line was quiet for 10 seconds. 10 minutes, Park said and ended the call. Mike told Tom. Tom set his coffee mug down on the dock rail and looked south along the canal. "He's coming here," Tom said. "He's coming here," Mike said. "And I'm supposed to decide whether to report it." "That's your decision to make," Mike said. "Not mine." Tom picked up his coffee again. 66 years old, he said. "I've had people try to shortchange me on jobs, fail to pay invoices, show up with substandard materials, claim work was done that wasn't done, threaten to dispute contracts that were perfectly valid." He looked at the canal. "I've never had someone pull my bilge plug at 2 in the morning." "No," Mike said. "That's new." "It's embarrassing," Tom said. "That he thought that would work on me." "It's embarrassing for him," Mike said. "Not for you." Tom almost smiled at that. Park arrived at the dock's south end 11 minutes after the call ended, coming along the canal bank the same route he'd used in the dark 4 hours earlier. He was alone, no driver, no vehicle visible. He walked up the dock with the same controlled, professional bearing he'd carried into every interaction Mike had seen. The posture of a man who was managing a situation rather than being managed by it. He stopped 8 feet from Tom and Mike. He looked at Tom directly. "I came onto your property last night," Park said. "I pulled the bilge plug on your skiff, and I let the air out of your front left tire. I did it because I was paid to make you reconsider your participation in the OFR investigation." He paused. "The man who paid me is in federal custody. I'm here because I'd like to make this right directly rather than through other channels." Tom Briggs looked at Park for a long moment with the assessing look of a former contractor who'd heard a lot of explanations for a lot of things and had developed accuracy about which ones were straight. "You put my skiff at risk," Tom said. "The water was calm," Park said. "The plug was on the dock. The risk was minimal." "You made a judgment about my property that wasn't yours to make," Tom said. "Yes." "The tire," Tom said. "New tire cost me $240. Plus my time." Park reached into his jacket, which was a motion that produced a specific kind of attention from Mike that Park apparently noticed, because he moved deliberately slowly and came out with a wallet, not anything else. He counted out $300 in cash and set it on the dock rail between them. "$300, Park said. "For your time." Tom looked at the money, looked at Park, picked up the money, and put it in his shirt pocket. "I'm not calling the sheriff," Tom said. "Not because I'm afraid of you. Because I've got bigger things to deal with in the next 24 hours, and I don't have the time." He looked at Park with the directness of someone who'd made a decision and was delivering it without decoration. "But I want you off this community's property. Today. Permanently." "I'm off," Park said. "And I want your name," Tom said. "Full name. In case any of my property develops problems I didn't have before last night." "Robert James Park," Park said without hesitation. Tom nodded once. "Go." Park went back along the canal bank the way he'd come, the same controlled gait, and disappeared around the mangrove bend at the canal's turn. Tom picked up his coffee mug from the dock rail. "That was straightforward," Tom said. "Park is a professional," Mike said. "Professionals, when their contract is void and their exposure is real, tend to be straightforward about the math." "I should have told him to keep his $300, Tom said. "The $300 is evidence that he admitted to the property entry," Mike said. "Keep it." Tom looked at him. "That's why you told him to come here in person." "That's part of why," Mike said. "The other part is that Tom Briggs deserved to have the man who pulled his bilge plug look him in the face and say so." Tom drank his coffee. "Community meeting tonight," he said. 7 p.m., Mike said. "Be there." "I'll be there." Tom looked at the canal, at the December morning now fully gray, and getting toward the gold that would follow it. "Mike. The money. The 60 and the 80 from George and me. It's actually coming back." "It's actually coming back," Mike said. "That doesn't happen," Tom said. "People who get taken like this don't get it back." "It happened this time because the fund actually held the instruments," Mike said. "Cole's fraud was in the representation, not in the disappearing of the money. The money was always there." "Silver lining of a sophisticated fraud," Tom said. "Silver lining," Mike agreed. He drove back to Colusa Cay with the December morning coming up gold, the way it came up gold when a clear front had run through and left the air clean. He called Jennings. "Park made direct contact," he said. "Came to Tom's dock, admitted the property entry, paid for the damage. Tom sent him off the property." He paused. "No formal report filed." Tom's call. Jennings was quiet a moment. "Park's license," she said. "His license is intact," Mike said. "Tom chose not to report." "That's Tom's right." He paused. Park said his contract voided when Marsh was arrested. I believe him. He's not a threat. A man who enters private property at 2 a.m. is a man who made a bad decision when his employment situation changed and corrected it when it didn't produce the outcome he wanted, Mike said. Tom got his money back and his dignity back, and his skiff is fine. That's the outcome. Jennings made her sound, the one that meant she disagreed with the outcome but understood the logic. Tonight, she said. The community meeting. I'm coming. I was going to call you about that, Mike said. I know you were, she said. I'm coming anyway. He pulled into Tucker's Marina at 7:45, and Earl was already at the dock with coffee. George called, Earl said. He's coming tonight. Margaret made him iron his shirt. Mike took the coffee. Ruth called, Earl continued. She has a motion ready for the meeting. Phil Garrett has been practicing his statement since 5 a.m. and has called Ruth 3 times with questions about parliamentary procedure. He paused. Tom Briggs called and said everything was handled and that the meeting would go right. It will, Mike said. Park, Earl said. Handled. The federal case, Earl said. Marsh. Federal custody, Mike said. Carter's office has what it needs. Earl looked at the inlet, at the morning light on the water, at the pelicans beginning their day's work. The community, he said. Pelican Shores. 800 people. Tonight, Mike said. Earl drank his coffee. You should eat something before tonight, he said. You look like a man who's been running on coffee since before dawn. I have been running on coffee since before dawn. Then eat something, Earl said. The cook's in. He's doing eggs. Mike ate eggs at the marina's small employee table behind the bait shop, the December morning doing its gold thing through the single window, and thought about 7 p.m. and a community meeting, and 800 people who were about to find out that the man who'd been running their community for 2 years had been selling it out from under them. The eggs were good. The morning was clear. Tonight would go right. Chapter 11. The Pelican Shores clubhouse filled from the outside in. People who arrived early took the chairs nearest the walls, which was the instinctive positioning of residents who'd attended WA meetings before, and understood that the walls gave you the room's full width of visibility. By 6:40, the chairs were gone, and people were standing 3 deep along the back wall and the side walls, and out through the propped open double doors into the parking lot where someone had run an extension cord to a Bluetooth speaker so the overflow could hear. Mike arrived at 6:30 and stood near the side exit, same as always, and watched the room fill. George and Margaret Webb came in at 6:35. George in the iron shirt Earl had mentioned. Margaret beside him with the specific forward quality of a woman who'd processed her anger over 4 days into something that was going to be useful rather than just loud. George found 2 seats in the 4th row and held them until Ruth Nakamura arrived at 6:42 and took one, setting her binder on her lap with the efficiency of someone who'd carried that binder to enough rooms that the carrying had become automatic. Tom Briggs came in at 6:47, alone, and stood against the back wall with his arms crossed and his jaw set, and the $300 of Park's money presumably still in his shirt pocket, though he was wearing a different shirt. Jennings arrived at 6:50 in civilian clothes, which was the right call. A detective's badge at a community meeting about WA fraud would have changed the room's temperature in ways that didn't serve the evening. She found a spot along the side wall near Mike and stood without comment, which was Jennings at her most useful. Phil Garrett came through the front entrance at 6:58 and walked to the front of the room with the bearing of a man who'd been a school principal for 30 years and understood that a room of 260 people required someone to move through it with authority, and that authority came from posture and pace rather than from volume. Frank Dodd was in the back row. He'd come in early enough to take a seat, which told Mike he'd decided that standing in the back would look like he was trying to disappear, and sitting in the front would look like he was trying to manage the room. And the back row was the geometric compromise between those two mistakes. He had no attorney beside him. His attorney had apparently advised him that an attorney's presence at the meeting would look defensive, and that saying nothing was the correct strategy, which meant the attorney understood the meeting's purpose better than Dodd probably wanted to admit. Phil tapped the microphone that Ruth had arranged to be there. A simple handheld, passed through a small PA system borrowed from the community's social events closet. "Good evening," Phil said. "I've called this emergency session under Section 7, Paragraph 3 of our governing documents, which authorizes the interim chair to convene a resident meeting on 48 hours' notice when matters of community interest require timely discussion." He looked at the room without looking at any specific person in it, which was the school principal's skill, applied to a different kind of room. "I'm serving as interim chair because a formal challenge to the procedures of our last board election has been filed with the county's WA Dispute Office, which has triggered an automatic review of the chairmanship." He paused. "Frank Dodd remains a resident of this community and is welcome here tonight. He is not currently serving in an official capacity." Dodd in the back row didn't move. "I'm going to ask Ruth Nakamura to present," Phil said. "Ruth has been a resident of this community for 12 years and has been during that time the most diligent student of our governing documents that I know." He looked at Ruth with the expression of a man who owed someone an apology he hadn't yet found the words for. "Ruth, please." Ruth stood, binder in hand, and walked to the front of the room with the pace of someone who'd been waiting for this walk for 17 months and had decided it would be unhurried. She looked at the room. "I'm going to tell you what's been happening in this community," she said. "I'm going to tell it plainly, and I'm going to tell it completely, and I'm going to document every claim as I make it." She set the binder on the table Phil had positioned at the front. "Some of what I say will be uncomfortable. Some of it will make you angry. I'd ask you to hold your responses until I've finished, because the shape of what's been done is more important than any individual piece of it, and the shape only becomes visible when all the pieces are present." She opened the binder to tab 1. Mike watched the room rather than Ruth, because he knew what Ruth was going to say, and the room's response was the information he didn't have yet. The response ran through the room in waves as Ruth moved through the tabs, the election irregularities producing a low collective sound that was surprise shading toward recognition, the unauthorized financial transfers producing something quieter and more concentrated, the kind of quiet that came from people who were doing internal accounting of what they'd been told versus what had actually happened. Ruth reached tab 5. The Covenant Challenge. The room went very still. 18 months ago, Ruth said, a court proceeding overturned the deed covenant that has restricted this land to residential use since 1978. The residents of this community were not individually notified because the proceeding used service by publication, a newspaper notice rather than direct notification. She paused. The effect of that ruling is that this land can now be developed for commercial use. Someone in the third row said something that Mike couldn't hear, but that produced a ripple of response from the people around them. The ruling was obtained by an entity called Coastal Meridian Partners, Ruth said. Coastal Meridian Partners has been negotiating with the WA chairman to purchase this community's common areas and ultimately to acquire the residential lots through a structured buyout program. She looked at the room. The residents of this community were not informed of these negotiations. The quiet broke, not into chaos, into the specific sound of 260 people processing something simultaneously, the collective hum of a community understanding that something had been happening to it. Phil stepped forward, took the microphone, let the room run for 30 seconds, then, please, let Ruth finish. The hum subsided. Ruth turned to the next tab. In conjunction with the development arrangement, she said, An investment scheme has been operating in this community for 6 months, targeting residents with retirement savings through a private fund managed by a man named Danny Cole. She looked at the room. Several residents invested in this fund. Those investors are not at fault. The fund was designed by an experienced operator to appear legitimate and to target careful people. People who would conduct due diligence, who would research the instruments described, who would not make impulsive decisions. She paused. The fund's design was sophisticated enough to pass that due diligence. George Webb, 4th row, was looking at his hands. Margaret Webb, beside him, was looking at the front of the room with an expression that had moved past anger into something harder and more permanent. Danny Cole was arrested 2 days ago, Ruth said. The fund's accounts are frozen under an OFR asset freeze order. The money invested by this community's residents is in those accounts and is recoverable. She looked up from the binder. Not all of it immediately. Not without a process. But it's there, and the process is moving. The sound in the room changed again. Not quieter, more layered. The different registers of people receiving different pieces of the information and responding to their own piece of it. The investment scheme and the development arrangement are connected, Ruth said. The same financial infrastructure funded both operations. The purpose of the investment scheme was not only to take money from this community's residents, it was to compromise the residents who had the resources and the sophistication to resist the development arrangement. She paused. When the development sale was announced, the people most likely to lead organized opposition were to be financially distracted, emotionally diminished, and legally occupied trying to recover their savings. The room went still again, the specific stillness of people understanding a mechanism that had been applied to them. Mike looked at Dodd in the back row. Dodd was looking at the floor. The man who authorized and facilitated the development arrangement from inside this community, Ruth said, is Frank Dodd, who served as your WA chairman for 2 years. She didn't look at Dodd. She didn't need to. Mr. Dodd transferred WA funds to the accounts of the development group. He oversaw the concealment of the development negotiations from residents. He facilitated the creation of conditions that enabled the investment scheme to operate alongside the development arrangement. She paused. Mr. Dodd is cooperating with the Office of Financial Regulations investigation. That cooperation does not undo what was done. It does affect the legal consequences he will face. Someone in the back of the room said Dodd's name. Not loudly, not as an accusation, as a statement, a person saying a name they'd trusted and were now understanding differently. Several other people turned to look at the back row. Dodd stood. The room's attention moved to him. 260 people looking at one man in the back row. And the specific quality of that attention was not hostility, it was something more difficult. The look of people who trusted someone and were now in the room with them, understanding the trust had been misplaced. Dodd looked at the room. He had the silver tongue. He'd had it for 20 years, and it had served him in every room he'd been in. He opened his mouth. And then he closed it. Mike watched Frank Dodd close his mouth, the silver tongue recognizing what his attorney had told him, that nothing he could say in this room would help him, and understanding, perhaps for the first time, that recognition rather than explanation was what the room required. He sat back down. Phil stepped forward. Mr. Dodd has no statement at this time, Phil said. That's his right. He looked at the room. Let's keep going. Ruth moved to the last tab. The election challenge. The succession provision. Phil Garrett's path to the interim chairmanship. She was clear and brief and documented, and when she finished, she closed the binder and looked at the room. The community meeting tomorrow night, Phil said, and then caught himself. This community meeting. Tonight. He looked at his notes, regrouped with the visible effort of a man who'd been rehearsing since 5 a.m., and had misfired one line. This meeting is the beginning of a process, not the end of one. The election challenge is with the county. The OFR investigation is active. The development arrangement is legally void. Coastal Meridian Partners' financial infrastructure has been frozen by federal action, and the January 15th closing date cannot be met. He paused. This community is not being sold. This community is staying. The room didn't erupt. It made the sound of a room where 260 people exhale simultaneously, which was its own kind of eruption. Mike looked at George Webb in the fourth row. George had his hands flat on his knees, and his eyes were bright in the way of someone who'd been carrying something for a week and had just been told the weight was coming off. Margaret had her hand on George's arm. Not comfort exactly, contact. The specific contact of 46 years of marriage, recognizing a moment that deserved to be shared rather than experienced alone. Tom Briggs, against the back wall, had uncrossed his arms. Jennings, beside Mike at the side wall, looked at the room with the expression she used when a thing had come together correctly after a sustained effort. Not satisfaction exactly, more the recognition that the effort had been worth the cost of making it. Ruth sat down. Phil took the microphone and opened the floor for questions, which produced 45 minutes of questions that ranged from the specific and procedural to the understandably emotional, all of which Phil handled with the steady patience of a former principal who'd run enough parent meetings to understand that people needed to ask the question they actually had, rather than the question that appeared to be the organized version of it. The meeting ran until 9:15. When it ended, people didn't leave quickly. They stayed in the clusters that communities formed when something significant had happened, and the significance needed to be absorbed collectively before anyone went home to absorb it individually. Mike moved through the room without stopping, the way he moved through spaces after the main event, present, available, not directing anything. George Webb found him near the door. "The money," George said. Ruth said recoverable. "Recoverable," Mike confirmed. "Months, not years. The instruments are real, and they're performing." George looked at him with the specific expression of a man who'd spent a week preparing to accept a loss, and was now being told the preparation was unnecessary. "I need to tell you something," George said. Mike waited. "When I came to Earl's Marina last week," George said, "I almost didn't come. I sat in the parking lot for 20 minutes before I went in." He paused. "I was embarrassed. I kept thinking that if I just waited, the quarterly statement would come, and it would be fine, and I wouldn't have to tell anyone." He looked at Mike. "If I'd waited." "You didn't wait," Mike said. "Earl told me to find you," George said. 40 years ago, Earl told me the same thing about a different problem in a different port, and he was right then too." He paused. "Thank the man." "Earl knows," Mike said. "He always knows." George went back to Margaret, who was talking to Ruth with the focused intensity of two women who'd identified each other as useful and were proceeding accordingly. Mike went outside. The parking lot held the overflow crowd, people who'd listened through the speaker and were now moving toward their cars in the specific, unhurried way of people who'd gotten what they came for and weren't in a rush to leave it behind. The December night was clear and cold by Florida standards, 52 degrees, the kind of night that made the stars visible in ways they weren't in the humidity months. Jennings appeared beside him. "Phil ran the meeting well," she said. "Phil's good at it," Mike said. "He just needed a reason to use it." "Ruth's presentation," she said. 46 pages of documentation, presented in 22 minutes without losing a single thread. That's a remarkable thing to watch. "She's been preparing it for 17 months, Mike said. "She knew exactly what it needed to be." Jennings looked at the parking lot, at the residents moving through it, at the December stars above the intracoastal visible at the property's edge. "God," she said. He's cooperating, Mike said. His attorney is working the terms with the OFR. The cooperation agreement covers the capital partner identification and the full financial flow documentation. Gerald Marsh, she said. Gerald Marsh, who is in federal custody as of yesterday evening. He paused. Carter's case. Not mine. Not yours, she agreed. But yours led to it. Mine led to Cole, and Cole's boat led to Waterway Holdings, and Waterway Holdings led to the Cayman structure, Mike said. Carter's team did the financial analysis. Bobby Nash found the boat. And you jumped onto a moving vessel from a dock, she said. That part was also mine, he said. She almost smiled. The investors. All 7 of them recover. All 7, Mike said. Months, not years. She looked at the parking lot a moment longer. The community meeting, she said. I've been to a lot of these. Emergency sessions, crisis meetings, town halls after bad events. Most of them run on fear and anger and produce resolutions that feel significant in the room and accomplish nothing outside it. She paused. This one was different. Ruth Nakamura, Mike said. Ruth Nakamura, Jennings agreed. And Phil Garrett. And Tom Briggs standing against the back wall the whole time without saying a word, which was harder than anything he said in his formal statement. Tom earned that, Mike said. He did. She looked at him. You coming to Gus's? Yes, he said. I'll meet you there, she said, and went to her car. Mike stood in the parking lot and looked at the intracoastal, the dark water visible between the buildings at the community's edge. Somewhere south of here, tied up at a Stewart Marina dock under federal seal, the Clear Conscience sat in its slip with its full fuel load and its provisions still aboard, going nowhere. 40 miles south, Gerald Marsh was in a federal holding facility, explaining to his attorneys why a treaty mechanism had produced 18 hours of account documentation that connected him to every operation Mike had walked into across the last 6 months. Johnson was in federal proceedings. Reed was in federal custody. Harmon was cooperating. Marsh was in custody. The machine had operators at every level, and the operators were going one by one through the processes designed for them. The waterfront was still there. The parcels were frozen. The restitution administrator was working. January 15th had come and gone as a deadline without completing anything it was supposed to complete. Mike walked to his truck. His phone buzzed. Jenny Baker, Vero Beach. Saw the news about Marsh. Carter called me too. Are you okay? He typed back, fine. Community meeting went well. Coming to Gus's. 3 dots. Then I'll come up. He started the truck. At Gus's bar 40 minutes later, the Marlin sign hung at its angle above the door, and Dewey Pruitt was at his stool with a scratch-off and a beer, and the regional high football team's winter conditioning report pulled up on his phone, which he'd been analyzing since the season ended. Gus set a Modelo down at Mike's stool. No lime, the established order of things. Jennings was in the booth by the window with a coffee, the off-duty version of Jennings, which looked almost identical to the on-duty version, except for the absence of the world's okayest detective mug. Jenny arrived at 10:45 in the jacket she wore for drives that weren't planned in advance, sat on the stool beside Mike's with the ease of someone who'd been coming to this bar long enough that the stool had started to feel like it had a relationship with her presence. Gus looked at her. Coffee or beer? Coffee tonight, she said. I drove. Gus made the coffee without ceremony. Dewey looked down the bar from his stool, assessed the configuration, and apparently decided it was the correct configuration, because he went back to the conditioning report without comment. Mike drank his Modelo. The community meeting, Jenny said. It went right, Mike said. Ruth Nakamura, she said. It wasn't a question, she'd talked to Jennings. Ruth Nakamura, Mike said. They sat at the bar and let the evening run its course around them. Patty Sutton moving between tables, the muted television in the corner showing a fishing show that might have been the same fishing show it always showed, or might have been a different one that looked identical. Dewey working through his scratch-off with the focused patience of a man who'd made peace with the process regardless of the outcome. At 11:15, Dewey set his scratch-off down and looked at the bar. $2, he said. Good night. Good night, Mike agreed. Dewey gathered himself and left, nodding to Gus, nodding to Mike, nodding to Jenny with the specific nod he used for people he'd decided were worth nodding to. The bar went quieter. Gus wiped his counter. The coin, Jenny said. Mike looked at her. You found something on the beach, she said. 2 weeks ago. Earl told me. Belt buckle, Mike said. 1970s, aluminum, marine hardware. Earl said something else. Earl talks, Mike said. Earl talks to me, she said. What did you find? He reached into his jacket pocket. He'd been carrying it since the morning he found it. Not because he decided what to do with it, but because it didn't fit in any of the Folgers cans and seemed to require being carried rather than stored. He set it on the bar between them. A coin. Small, heavily corroded, the silver underneath the corrosion visible at the edges where the oxidation had worn thinnest. One face showed what might have been a cross, the other what might have been a shield. The details were lost to 300 years of Atlantic seawater, but the shape was right, the weight was right, and the specific quality of what was underneath the corrosion was the quality of something that had been struck from silver and had been silver ever since, regardless of what the ocean had done to its surface. Jenny looked at it, picked it up carefully, the way you picked up something that had been in the ocean for 300 years and had opinions about being handled. Is it? She said. I don't know yet, Mike said. I need to have it looked at. But it might be. It might be, he said. She set it back on the bar between them. The corroded silver coin from the 1715 fleet, or from some other wreck, or from nothing significant at all, sitting on the worn wood of Gus's bar, under the bar light on a December night. Gus came by with the rag, saw the coin, looked at it, looked at Mike. Beach, Mike said. Old, Gus said. Old, Mike confirmed. Gus went back to the counter. The bar ran its late-night self around them, quiet now, the last few regulars working through their last drinks, the television running its silent fishing show, the marlin sign above the door at its permanent crooked angle. What happens now? Jenny said. The Marsh case. Carter's case. Carter's case runs at federal speed, Mike said. Months. Probably years before it fully resolves. Johnson, she said. Same speed, he said. Reed. Trial, probably. His attorneys are fighting the cooperation. The community, she said. Pelican Shores. The election challenge validates Phil Garrett's interim authority. Phil calls a proper election. The residents elect someone they've actually chosen. He paused. Ruth will be watching the process with the attention of a retired contract law professor who's been watching it for 17 months and intends to keep watching it. The investors get their money back, he said. All 7 months, not years. The coin, she said, looking at it on the bar. I don't know yet, he said. I have to take it to someone who does. She picked it up again, the corroded silver thing from the Atlantic's floor, and held it up toward the bar light the way you held something up toward a light source when you wanted to see what was underneath the surface. It's heavy for its size, she said. Silver is heavy for its size, he said. She set it back down between them. Outside, the December night was doing its clear cold thing over the Treasure Coast, over the Intracoastal, and the Atlantic beyond it, and the inlet at the south end of Colusa Cay that had been running its tide since before anyone built anything alongside it. Tomorrow, the beach. Low tide at 7:12. The detector, on its hook in the carport. The coin on the bar between them. Mike drank the last of the Modelo. "Stay," Jenny said. Not asking exactly. More the statement of a preference that had already been thought through. He looked at the coin. "I've got a couch," he said. "I know you have a couch," she said. "It's a love seat," he said. "Donnie told me," she said. Mike looked at the Marlin sign above the door, at its 30 Florida summers of crooked permanence, and found that the love seat versus couch distinction was considerably less significant than it had seemed when he'd first made it to Donnie. "Okay," he said. Gus came by and collected the Modelo bottle and looked at Jenny's coffee cup. "More," Gus said. "No," Jenny said. "We're done." Gus took the cup and went back to closing the bar down in the methodical way he closed it every night. The same sequence of tasks in the same order, the way a man ran a bar he'd been running for 30 years and intended to keep running. The coin sat on the bar. Mike picked it up and put it in his jacket pocket, where it settled against whatever else was in there, with the specific solid weight of silver that had been in the Atlantic for 300 years and had come up when it was ready rather than when anyone asked it to. Chapter 12. Lisa Chen called at 7:30 Friday morning while Mike was running the beach, the phone buzzing in his jacket pocket with the insistence of someone who'd been awake for hours. He stopped running and answered. "Cole signed the cooperation agreement at 6 a.m., she said. "Full documentation. The Waterway Holdings financial records, the capital flow from the fund to Dodd's arrangement, and a formal statement connecting his role to Marsh's direction." She paused. "His attorneys moved faster than I expected." "Marsh's arrest changed their math," Mike said. "Cole's exposure on the arms trafficking connection was bad when Marsh was at large. With Marsh in custody, it became worse. The federal case can now document Cole's role within the full conspiracy rather than as a standalone fraud." He watched the tide pulling back along the sand shelf. "What's in the records?" "The Strategic Development Reserve account," she said. Cole was receiving payments from Marsh's Cayman vehicle directly. Not just running the fraud. He was a paid contractor with a defined role. 6 payments over 6 months, totaling $240,000. She paused. "That's on top of what he was taking from the investors." "He had 2 income streams from the same community," Mike said. "Investor money on one side, Marsh's contractor payments on the other." She paused. The payments were for what the agreement called community preparation services. Cole was being paid to make the community financially and emotionally unprepared to resist the development sale. Mike ran the math. $400,000 from investors, 80 cents on the dollar recovered at liquidation. Cole would have pocketed $80,000 from that side. Plus $240,000 from Marsh. A $320,000 operation against one retirement community. "The other communities," Mike said. "The previous 3. "Same structure," she said. "Cole's cooperation covers all 4 operations. The previous community's investors were looking at initiating recovery proceedings for all 3 prior cases based on what the Waterway Holdings records show." A pause that carried genuine satisfaction in it. $800,000 in prior losses that were written off. Not anymore. He put the phone in his pocket and stood at the water's edge, the Atlantic doing its December thing, gray-green, direct, indifferent to the accounting that had just been done on its behalf. He went to Pelican Shores at 10. Not for any specific meeting, just to see what the community looked like the morning after the meeting. Specific things happened to a place after significant information landed in it, and he'd learned to read those things. The clubhouse parking lot had more cars than a Friday morning would normally hold. People were gathered on the community's walking path in clusters, the specific clusters of a neighborhood processing something together. 2 couples talking with the focused intensity of people who'd been up late with it, A solo woman on a bench looking at the intracoastal with the expression of someone doing a private accounting. Sandra Lopez was at the WA office, the door propped open, going through files with the systematic attention of someone who'd been asked to inventory everything. She looked up when Mike appeared in the doorway. "Phil asked me to go through the records," she said. "Document everything from Dodd's tenure. For the OFR and for the election challenge." She paused. "Turns out I knew where everything was. 2 years of filing for the man. I know every folder." "Find anything Phil doesn't know about yet," Mike said. She looked at the stack on the desk. 2 more transfers I hadn't found before. Smaller, 8,000 and 11,000. Same Coastal Meridian Partners account. She paused. $19,000 on top of the $75,000 Ruth already documented. "Give those to Lisa Chen directly," he said. "Her number's in your phone from the meeting." He looked at the files. "Sandra. What you did, passing information to Ruth. That took something." "My mother has lived 2 streets over for 9 years," she said. "When I understood what Dodd was arranging, I didn't have a choice that I could live with." She turned back to the files. "My mother's staying in her house." "Your mother's staying in her house," Mike confirmed. He found Ruth on the community's dock, which was where Ruth apparently came when she needed the water's perspective rather than the documents. She was sitting in one of the dock chairs with the binder closed on her lap, for the first time Mike had seen it. "Closed," Mike said, sitting in the adjacent chair. "The open version was for building the case," Ruth said. "The closed version is for after." She looked at the intracoastal. "Phil called me at 6 this morning. He's already drafting the framework for the new board election. Timeline, process, the specific procedural requirements." She paused. "He asked me to review the framework before he posts it." "You'll review it." "I'll review it thoroughly," she said. "Phil's instincts are correct. His procedural knowledge has gaps." She looked at the water. "The community meeting. I've been at this for 17 months alone. Walking into that room with everything documented and watching people understand what it meant," she stopped. "I didn't expect to feel what I felt." "What did you feel?" She looked at the intracoastal, at a pelican working the near shore. "Like the work was worth it," she said, which for a woman who'd been doing it for 17 months was a different kind of answer than a simpler one would have been. George Webb was at the marina at noon, not because anyone had asked him to be, but because 40 years of knowing Earl Tucker made the marina the right place to go when something resolved. He was sitting on the bench at the dock's landward end, the iron shirt still on, looking at the inlet with the expression of a man who'd walked a long mile and was confirming the ground under his feet was solid. Earl was nearby at the fuel dock, present in the way Earl was present when things were happening, not involved just there. Mike sat on the bench beside George. "Margaret," George said. "How is she?" "She's good," George said. "She was better than I was last night. At the meeting." He paused. "She told me afterward that she'd known something was wrong with Cole from the second time she talked to him. She didn't say anything, because I'd already made the investment, and she didn't want to make me feel bad about it." "Margaret's generous," Mike said. "Margaret's strategic," George said. "There's a difference." He looked at the inlet. "The money." "Lisa Chen called this morning. She said the recovery process is starting." "Months," Mike said. "She said months." George paused. $60,000. "I've been treating it as gone since last Tuesday. Walking around for a week thinking it was gone." He was quiet a moment. "Earl told me you'd find it." He didn't say it directly. Earl doesn't say things directly, but the implication was there. "Earl was optimistic," Mike said. "Earl was accurate," George said. "Which in my experience is the same as optimistic, if you wait long enough." Earl from the fuel dock said nothing, which was the sound of a man accepting a compliment in the only way Earl Tucker accepted compliments. George stood. "I need to get back. Margaret wants to have dinner with the Briggses tonight. Tom and his wife." He paused. "Tom called this morning. He wanted me to know his statement stood. I didn't know he'd been pressured." "He handled it," Mike said. "He handled it without telling anyone," George said. "That's Tom." He offered his hand. "Thank you, Mike. I know it's not a complicated thing to say, but it's the accurate thing." Mike shook it. George walked to the parking lot, and Earl watched him go with the settled expression of a man confirming that the thing he'd expected to happen had happened, which was all Earl Tucker usually required. Lisa called at 2:15. "The OFR's legal office confirmed the recovery timeline this afternoon," she said. "The fund's underlying instruments are being liquidated in an orderly sequence. Full investor recovery minus administrative costs. The estimate is 92 cents on the dollar." "Better than 80, Mike said. "Better than 80. The instruments performed between Cole's arrest and the liquidation initiation." She paused. "Mike, the 3 prior communities. The recovery proceedings I mentioned this morning. The OFR's director has authorized a formal review of all 3 cases based on the Waterway Holdings documentation. Those investors, roughly $800,000 combined, the director thinks there's a viable recovery path for most of it." "Cole's cooperation made that possible," Mike said. "Cole's cooperation and whatever Marsh's federal prosecution produces in terms of asset forfeiture," she said. "Combined with the Waterway Holdings account seizure, there's a substantial pool." She paused. "I've been chasing this pattern for 2 years. 3 communities where people lost everything, and I couldn't do anything because the operator was gone." She was quiet for a moment. "This is different." "You caught it while it was running," he said. "We caught it while it was running," she said with the emphasis on the first word, which was the right emphasis. After the call, he drove to Yolanda's, the diner off US 1, and ate a real lunch, grouper, the kind that came from that morning rather than from a freezer, and thought about nothing specific, which was the particular rest that followed sustained work, and which he'd learned to take when it offered itself rather than reaching for the next thing. His phone showed a text from Carter. "Marsh arraigned this morning. Federal. 22 counts. The BVI documentation covered everything we needed. He'll be in custody through trial." Then from Jennings, Dodd's cooperation agreement finalized. Reduced charges. He'll testify against Marsh and against Cole. His chairmanship is formally vacated as of today. The County Law Dispute Office completed their review. Then from Dewey Pruitt of all people, regional high spring conditioning numbers look good. Tyler's running a 4.640. FSU's going to be pleased. Mike put the phone in his pocket and finished the grouper. Outside, the December afternoon was doing its short day thing, the light already going toward the lower angle that preceded the early dark. The quality of it specific to this latitude in this month. Not dramatic, just present. The coast's particular version of winter light that was nothing like winter light anywhere else. He drove to the beach at 4, parked, walked the access path down to the sand. The tide was coming in. No good shelf left at this hour, the detector useless on covered sand. He left the detector in the truck and walked the waterline instead, which was its own kind of useful. No instrument, just the visual scan of what the receding sections showed between wave sets. 3 decades of beachcombers before him had worked this stretch, and the beach gave up what it gave up when it was ready and not before. The coin was in his jacket pocket. He'd been carrying it since he found it, the corroded silver thing that might be 300 years old and might be something far more recent and ordinary. He took it out and held it in the afternoon light. The detail was there under the corrosion, the cross, the shield, the edges worn smooth by 3 centuries of Atlantic sand. He'd taken photographs and sent them to a numismatist in Vero Beach that Jenny knew, and the numismatist had said, "Come in, I need to see it in person." He had an appointment Monday. He put the coin back in his pocket and walked the rest of the beach without finding anything, which was the normal result, and went back to the truck. Jenny's text arrived as he started the engine. "Coming up Saturday morning. Kayaks on the car, if the lagoon's flat." He typed back, "Lagoon's flat. Bring the kayak." He drove to Gus's because it was Friday, and Friday required Gus's, and because some habits were worth having. Gus set the Modelo down, without the lime. The Marlin sign hung at its angle. Dewey was already there with a scratch-off and his phone. Mike sat on the stool and drank his beer and let the week settle into its correct shape, which was different from the shape it had while it was happening. 7 investors who'd get their money back. A community meeting that had gone right. 3 previous communities that might recover losses they'd written off 2 years ago. Ruth Nakamura with a closed binder for the first time in 17 months. And a coin in his jacket pocket that might be worth $40,000 or might be worth $200, and an appointment Monday that would tell him which. Dewey scratched a box, looked at it, moved to the next. "Good week," Dewey said, without looking up. "Good week," Mike said. "I knew it would be," Dewey said. "How?" "The spreads were right all week," Dewey said. "When the spreads are right, things tend to go right." He scratched another box. "Not always, but often enough." Gus came by with the rag and ran his circuit and went back to the counter. The same 6 inches of surface, the same attention. Outside, the Treasure Coast was doing its winter thing without drama. The water moving the way it always moved, the inlet running its tide, the whole coast continuing to be exactly what it was regardless of what people were doing in its vicinity. Mike finished the Modelo. Monday, the numismatist. Until then, the coin rode in his jacket pocket, the Atlantic's secret or the Atlantic's joke, equally patient either way. Chapter 13. Jenny arrived at 7:45 Saturday morning with the kayak on the roof of her car and a thermos of coffee that was better than anything Mike had made in recent memory, which she confirmed by drinking his and then pouring it down the kitchen sink without ceremony. "I brought real coffee," she said. "Drink that." He drank it. She was right. The kayak was a 14-foot sea kayak, ocean-capable, but appropriate for the lagoon, and she'd had it strapped to the car roof in a way that suggested she'd done this many times before and had opinions about which straps went where. They carried it down to the water behind his house, the December morning cold enough that their breath showed, and got it in without the particular negotiation that launching a kayak usually required. "You've done this before," he said. "I kayaked the Chesapeake for 3 years when I was based in D.C., she said. "The lagoon's easier. Different hazards. The Chesapeake has container ships," she said. "The Indian River has manatees and your own poor judgment." He got in the stern, and she took the bow without discussion, which was the natural arrangement given that she knew what she was doing, and he was going to follow her lead. They paddled south from his dock, the Indian River lagoon going flat and silver in the morning light, the mangrove islands running their reflections into the water on the west bank. The lagoon at this hour was its best self. 2 herons working the shallows near the first mangrove island. A line of brown pelicans flying north 6 feet above the water, with the specific efficiency of animals on a known route. The smell of salt and tidal mud, and the something clean that the lagoon produced on cool mornings when the wind was right. They paddled for 20 minutes without talking, which was the correct 20 minutes, the period in which the body settled into the rhythm of the paddle and the mind settled into the rhythm of the water, and the things that had been running hard for a week could slow down without being told to. Jenny paddled with the economy of someone who'd done it enough to stop using more effort than the stroke required. Mike paddled with somewhat less economy and somewhat more effort, which was the difference between competence and practice. Past the second mangrove island, she stopped paddling and let the kayak drift. "Ruth called me this morning," she said. "What time?" 6:15. She looked at the water ahead. She wanted to know if I was coming up. I told her yes. She said, she paused, something in her face doing the thing it did when she was quoting someone she admired. She said the documentation work was the foundation, but the human intelligence was the structure. She was very specific about the metaphor. "Ruth is specific about most things," Mike said. "She asked if I'd be interested in consulting work," Jenny said. Her phrasing was, "I have 17 months of experience with a pattern of behavior that will repeat elsewhere, and you have the ability to document financial architectures, and those two things together are useful." She picked up her paddle. "She's not wrong." "Ruth is rarely wrong," Mike said. I told her I'd think about it. She started paddling again, easy strokes, keeping them on a slow southward drift. "I've been thinking about what the rebuilt firm looks like. The clients I take, and the clients I don't. The kind of work that," she stopped. "The kind of work that doesn't end with me in a hotel room for 4 months wondering what I was part of." "Community-level financial documentation," Mike said. "Fraud. Investment schemes. The kind of thing that has real people on the other end, rather than abstractions." "It pays less than corporate intelligence," she said. "How much less?" "Considerably." She looked at the mangroves. "I don't care as much about considerably as I used to." They paddled past a section where the west bank opened up, and the agricultural land ran down to the water, the flat interior visible in the distance, and Mike thought about the Tallman Grove Canal route that Donnie had run for birding tours, about how many layers of ordinary landscape contained what they contained when you knew what to look for. His phone buzzed in the waterproof case strapped to the kayak's deck bungee. He checked it. Jennings. DOJ filed a superseding indictment on Johnson this morning. Added 12 counts including Stock Act violations and conspiracy to commit wire fraud. Drummond says the trial date is set for March. Thought you'd want to know. He read it, put the phone back in the case. "Johnson," he said. Jenny looked back at him over her shoulder. "Superseding indictment," he said. "DOJ this morning. 12 new counts. Trial in March." She turned back to face forward and was quiet for a moment. "Good," she said, which was the right word and the right length of response for a thread they'd both agreed to let run at its own pace. They paddled south for another quarter-mile before she spoke again. "March trial," she said. "That's 3 months." "Drummond's case," he said. "Not mine." "Not yours," she agreed. "Does it feel finished?" "The Johnson part." He thought about that, honestly. "It feels distant," he said. "Which is different from finished, but works better than the alternative." She nodded, a small nod that meant she understood the distinction and agreed with it. A manatee surfaced 20 yards to their right, the characteristic rolling surfacing of something very large that was in no particular hurry, and they both stopped paddling and let the kayak drift and watched it go north along the mangrove edge until it submerged again. "Nancy Cole's manatee data," Jenny said. "The enhanced protection designation." "Holding," Mike said. "The pipeline permit review is still running. Santos's committee vote happens in 2 weeks. Nancy's fieldwork is the central exhibit." "It's going to vote the right way," Jenny said. It wasn't a question. "Ruth thinks so," Mike said. "Ruth has been watching every committee member's public statements for the last month. She says 3 of them have moved since the mandatory review was announced." "Ruth watches things," Jenny said. "Ruth watches everything," Mike said. They turned around at a point where the lagoon narrowed, and a tidal creek opened on the west bank, and paddled north, back toward his dock, the wind now slightly against them, requiring actual effort rather than the easy drift of the southward run. It was the kind of effort that was useful, physical enough to require attention, not so hard that attention was all it required. At the dock, pulling the kayak up the bank, Jenny said, "The coin." "Monday," he said. "Appointment at noon." "I want to come," she said. "It might be nothing," he said. "Belt buckle level, nothing." "It might not be," she said. "I want to come." He looked at her, the kayak half up the bank between them, the December morning doing its thing around them. "Okay," he said. Phil Garrett called at 11 while they were eating the eggs Mike had made, which were adequate rather than exceptional, a gap Jenny declined to comment on. "The election framework is posted," Phil said. "Community bulletin board, and digital. 30-day process, nominations open for 2 weeks." He paused. 7 people have already expressed interest in running for the board. 7 is a lot for an WA board, Mike said. 7 is a lot, Phil agreed, with the tone of a former school principal who found the engagement gratifying, even if the management implications were complex. Ruth is reviewing all 7 candidates' documentation to ensure eligibility. Another pause. She called each of them individually this morning to explain the procedural requirements for candidacy. 6:15 calls, Mike said. "She called me at 6:15, Phil said. "The candidates got 7 o'clock. She showed restraint. After the call, Jenny looked at him across the kitchen table. "Ruth Nakamura is the most useful person I've encountered in this business in 6 years, she said. She'd say the business is just the application of rigorous attention to documentation, Mike said. She'd be right, Jenny said. That's all it is. Tom Briggs called it too. The Briggs Webb dinner last night, he said. Margaret wanted me to tell you that if you're ever in the community on a Friday evening, you have a standing invitation. A pause. Her words, not mine, though I agree with them. Tell her I appreciate it, Mike said. She also said to tell you that she started a residences committee to monitor the WA election process. 6 members. Ruth is the chair. Of course she is, Mike said. Margaret is the treasurer, Tom said, which I think terrifies Phil slightly. He paused. The OFR called me this morning. The recovery timeline. They said I should expect the first distribution in 90 days. 90 days, Mike said. 90 days, Tom said. I've had jobs take longer than 90 days to get paid on. A pause that had a different quality than the conversation's previous pauses. My wife asked me last night if I was going to be okay. I told her yes. He stopped. I meant it, which I wasn't sure I was going to be able to say. You handled yourself right the whole way through, Mike said. Including the part where you didn't do something that would have cost you the outcome. Ruth helped with that, Tom said. Ruth kept calling me and reminding me what was at stake. 17 months of building a case, she said. Don't compromise it now. He paused. She's something. She is, Mike said. After the call, Mike went out to the back step because the afternoon was good enough to be outside in, and sat there with the coffee Jenny had made, which was significantly better than the coffee he'd poured down the sink that morning. Jenny came out and sat beside him. The lagoon was visible from the back step when the light was right, a thin silver line between the vegetation. The afternoon light was doing the low-angle December thing that made the distance sharp. I've been thinking about the hotel room, she said. He waited. 4 months in Vero Beach, she said. Building the wire transfer documentation, alone. I kept thinking, when is this going to be enough? When does the page count become something actionable? She looked at the lagoon. The answer was when I sent the pages to you through James Harris. When it stopped being just mine and became part of something larger. She paused. I don't want to work alone again. The Ruth Consulting idea, he said. Partly, she said. Partly something else. She looked at the thin silver line of the lagoon. The rented house in Vero Beach. Kayak on the dock. 40 minutes from here. She paused. That's a reasonable distance. 40 minutes is a reasonable distance, he said. The love seat is not a reasonable sleeping arrangement, she said. The love seat is genuinely terrible, he agreed. She looked at him with the look she used when she'd said something that required a response that was going to commit to something. He looked at the lagoon. Monday, he said. The numismatist. Come for that, and we'll figure out the rest from there. From there, she said. The afternoon light ran its course across the lagoon, and the coin sat in his jacket pocket on the hook inside the door where he'd left it, 300 years of Atlantic patience still operating on its own schedule. Monday would tell them what it was. Everything else could be figured out from there. Chapter 14. The numismatist worked out of a shop on Ocean Drive in Vero Beach, 3 blocks from Jenny's rental, wedged between a gallery that sold prints of local wildlife and a surf shop that appeared to have survived several decades without updating its signage. The shop's name was painted on the window in gold letters: Coastal Numismatics, Coins, Currency, Antiquities. Jenny parallel parked with the efficiency of someone who'd parallel parked on narrow streets in cities considerably less forgiving than Vero Beach, and they walked to the shop in the December noon light. A bell above the door announced them. The interior was the specific organized density of a place where the inventory was small but consequential. Glass cases running 3 walls, the cases holding coins in holders, currency in sleeves, the occasional piece of jewelry or metalwork displayed on velvet. The lighting was deliberately good, the kind that showed detail rather than atmosphere. The numismatist was a woman named Patricia Holt, 60-something, with reading glasses on a beaded chain, and the particular patience of someone who'd spent 30 years looking at small objects closely and had stopped being excited by the looking and started being accurate about it. She looked up when they came in, looked at Mike, looked at Jenny. Mr. Ramble, she said. You have the piece. I have it, he said. He put the coin on the velvet pad she'd placed on the counter. She picked up the loop immediately, didn't examine it with the naked eye first, went straight to the magnification, and held it to the light source above the counter. 40 seconds of silence. She set the loop down and picked up a different instrument, smaller, a handheld XRF analyzer that she positioned against the coin's surface. A reading appeared on its small screen. She looked at the reading. Put the analyzer down. Tell me exactly where you found it, she said. Mike told her. The beach location, the detector signal, the depth, the tide conditions. She picked up the loop again. Another 20 seconds. The corrosion profile is consistent with 300 years of saltwater exposure, she said. The metal composition reads silver, 93%, which is consistent with Spanish colonial minting from the early 18th century. She set the loop down. The design elements I can identify under this corrosion, and the corrosion is significant, which is both a problem and evidence, are consistent with a Macuquina coin, cob struck from the Lima or Mexico City Mint. She looked at him. The 1715 fleet carried coins from both mints. Jenny, beside Mike, had gone very still in the way she went still when information was arriving that she hadn't planned for. What's the condition assessment? Mike said. Patricia looked at the coin. Port affaire, she said. The corrosion has obscured the device and the legend almost completely. For certification purposes, a conservation treatment would be required, and conservation on a piece like this is delicate, expensive, and not guaranteed to improve the grade significantly. She picked it up one more time. There's a partial assayer's mark visible on this face. If I can identify that mark, it narrows the mint and potentially the date. She reached for a reference book, an actual physical book worn at the spine. Give me a few minutes. She took the coin to the back of the shop, reference book under her arm. Mike and Jenny stood at the counter. 1715, Jenny said quietly. Might be, he said. Might be a coin from the fleet that went down off this coast in a hurricane 300 years ago, she said. That you found with a metal detector on a Tuesday morning. Wednesday, he said. Wednesday, she said, as if the day mattered. Patricia came back in 4 minutes. She set the coin on the velvet pad between them. The assayer's mark, she said, is a partial. I can identify 2 characters. Combined with the metal composition and the design elements, specifically the cross potent on the obverse, which is characteristic of the 1714 to 1715 period, I believe this is consistent with a 1715 fleet artifact. She paused. I can't certify that without conservation and independent authentication. What I can tell you is that nothing I've seen contradicts it, and several things I've seen support it. Value range, Mike said. In this condition, uncertified, a confirmed fleet coin typically ranges from $500 to several $1,000s, depending on the specific mint, date, and buyer interest. She looked at him. If conservation reveals additional detail that allows fuller identification, the range increases. Fleet coins in better condition have sold for significantly more. She paused. What I won't do is give you a number that isn't honest. I appreciate that, Mike said. The honest number right now is this is probably something, and what specifically it is requires more work. She put the loop on the counter. If you want to pursue authentication, I can recommend a conservation specialist in Fort Lauderdale who works specifically with Spanish colonial pieces. Send me the name, he said. Outside, on the Ocean Drive sidewalk, Jenny looked at the small object in the velvet pouch Patricia had provided for transport. Probably something, she said. That's her honest number, Mike said. The detective approach to antique coins, she said. Find the evidence, document it, let the evidence determine the conclusion. It's the only approach that works, he said. She handed the pouch back to him. Lunch, she said. There's a place on the water 2 blocks down that does a grouper sandwich that's better than most. You've been here 3 weeks, he said. I've been busy, but I've also been eating, she said. The two aren't mutually exclusive. The place on the water was what she'd described. A covered deck over the Indian River, grouper sandwiches without ceremony, the river doing its brown south running thing below the dockboards. They ate without discussing the coin, which was the right approach to a thing that was probably something and might be more than probably. Maria Santos called at 1:15. Mike answered on speaker, because his hands were occupied with a sandwich that required both of them. The committee vote, Santos said. It's been moved up. Thursday rather than 2 weeks out. Why moved up, Mike said. The pipeline's engineering firm withdrew its application, Santos said. Deltaport Associates, the Virginia firm. They submitted a formal withdrawal of their participation in the corridor project yesterday, citing changed operational circumstances. She paused. Without the engineering firm, the permit application is technically incomplete. The committee is meeting Thursday to formally table the pipeline proceeding pending reapplication. Reapplication that requires a new environmental assessment, Mike said. A real one. A 60-day minimum real one, Santos said. With Nancy Cole's manatee data in the federal record and the enhanced protection designation in place. She paused. Mr. Ramble. The corridor parcel acquisitions that Reed was running. The 12 properties in the federal forfeiture. 3 of those properties are in my district. I know, he said. The forfeiture administrator called me yesterday, she said. The 3 parcels are being evaluated for potential transfer to a conservation land trust as part of the restitution structure. Waterfront acreage that was being assembled for development going into permanent conservation instead. She paused. Someone apparently flagged that outcome as a possibility to the administrator. Drummond's office, Mike said. They look at all the options. Someone flagged it specifically, Santos said. Not just as one option among many. As the recommended outcome. Mike looked at the river. The pipeline, he said. Thursday vote. Thursday vote, she confirmed. You're welcome to attend. Ruth Nakamura should attend, he said. She has 17 months of experience watching development schemes operate in this corridor and a file that documents the pattern. A pause. Who is Ruth Nakamura? A retired contract law professor who lives in a retirement community in Martin County and pays attention to things, he said. Send me your contact information. I'll connect you. After the call, Jenny was looking at the river with the expression she used when she was processing something that she hadn't expected. The Conservation Trust, she said. For the Reed parcels. Drummond's administrator flagged it, Mike said. You flagged it, she said. Carter said note it somewhere. You told him to note that the agricultural workers at the labor camp deserved attention. You operate from the same instinct every time. The people at the bottom of the operation deserve as much consideration as the documentation at the top. Ruth would say the documentation serves the people, he said. Ruth would be right, Jenny said. You operate from the other direction. He drank his coffee, which the place did adequately rather than well. The Thursday vote. Santos and Ruth in the same room. Two formidable women with documented evidence and a shared objective, Jenny said. That committee won't know what happened to it. That's the idea, he said. He called Ruth from the car while Jenny drove back to her rental. Ruth answered at half a ring. I saw Santos's name in the news this morning, she said. The pipeline withdrawal. The committee is voting Thursday, he said. Santos wants you there. I'll be there, Ruth said. I'll prepare remarks. Ruth. Prepare remarks that are 3 minutes long. A pause. 5 minutes. 4, he said. I'll prepare 4 minutes of remarks, she said, that contain what 6 minutes of remarks would contain if 6 minutes were available. That's Ruth Nakamura's approach to documentation, generally, he said. That's anyone's approach, if they're paying attention, she said, and hung up. Jenny pulled into her rental's driveway. The kayak was back on the car roof, rinsed and dried from the morning, strapped with the same care as when it arrived. She looked at the house, the lagoon visible at the dock's end. Stay for dinner, she said. It came out as something between an invitation and a statement. I don't have a change of clothes, he said. You have a toothbrush in the truck, she said. I've seen it. He looked at the truck's center console, where the toothbrush lived for reasons he'd never fully examined. The love seat problem, he said. I have a couch, she said. An actual couch. Full size, not a love seat. She looked at him. The guest room has a bed. An actual bed. A guest room, he said. It came with the rental, she said. I haven't used it. He looked at the coin pouch in the center console, beside the toothbrush. Probably something. Conservation required. Authentication pending. Some things moved at their own pace regardless of urgency. Okay, he said. She got out of the car, and he got out of the truck, and the December afternoon was doing its short day thing, the light already going toward the low angle that preceded the early dark, the lagoon at the dock's end reflecting it in the specific way the lagoon reflected light when the wind was down and the surface had gone to glass. The coin rode in the console. Monday, he'd call the Fort Lauderdale conservator. Until then. Dinner on the lagoon, Jenny's coffee, a couch that was actually a couch. The end.